Okay, I think we're good. Okay. My camera seems kind of weird. Hi, hello, everybody. How are you doing? How are you feeling? Hope everybody's doing well, feeling well. Thank you so much for stopping in, hanging out with us. Sorry about the music. I forgot my computer updated last night, so whenever it updates, for some reason, OBS resets my audio interface. It sets it back to default, which is not default. It's supposed to be something specific. So I forgot to do that. But yeah, we're good. Hopefully we're good. Hopefully you can hear me. Sagman, CT, Sky Pirate, Logan, Ryan, hello, Shadow977, Latimer, Marcos, Mr. Roche. What's going on? I hope everybody's doing all right. I hope you're feeling good. I hope you're ready to hang out with us for a little bit today. Ronan, what's going on? We don't have really any topics. I didn't really notice anything. I just saw something pop up about Phoenix Studios or something. Let me see if I can find them again. Phoenix Labs. They're the ones that develop Fae Farm and Dauntless. They are laying off 100 people. Restructuring, says developer is canceling work on all other projects at the studio. Its website said they had several new projects in development over a wide range of styles and genres. I mean, it definitely sucks for the people at this point. From a news standpoint, at this point, it's kind of like another one, you know what I mean? And another one. Hey, Mr. Silver, what have I missed the past few days? Well, we don't stream on Wednesdays, so you didn't miss anything yesterday. And then Tuesday, I don't know if you were here on Tuesday. Just more Final Fantasy 16. You know, we're getting near the end. We're getting, this is either the beginning of the end or what did I say in the title? It's like the beginning of the end or the end of the middle. Or the middle of the beginning. It's one or the other. Activision also made a new... Oh, I didn't see that. Activision made a new studio? Okay. It's a very pointless discourse about Yasuke in AC. I saw the AC Shadow stuff, but I was like, I don't really follow Assassin's Creed, so I didn't really have anything to say about it, other than that they put out some sort of announcement saying that you're not going to be required to be online the whole time, which is... It's a shame that people have to say that, and it's a shame that it is an interesting talking point when companies say that, but where we are now in gaming, they do, and it is. So far, what do you recommend the price so far? What are you recommending the price of the game of 16? I think you're fine. I mean, I got the game on sale for $50, if that's what you're talking about. I got it on sale for $50. I think it's worth $50. I think I'm having a good time with it. Definitely, assess whether or not it's the kind of game you want to play, because if you're used to old school Final Fantasy, gameplay wise, it's obviously very different because it's an action based game. But as an action based game, I think it's great. Yeah, we can. Thank you. I was about to. Thank you, Lilac. I think that was you that did that. I was about to allow that. I'm playing through Rebirth now, and I'm getting the itch to play OG7, despite the fact that we have a native Japanese woman. Oh wait, people are mad that we play as a non-Japanese man in a Japanese setting, despite the fact that we have a native Japanese woman as an MC2. That is kind of weird. I do think that's... I'm sure there's going to be a story reason for it, but I do think that's weird. But if there's another MC that is Japanese, that makes perfect sense. I do find that kind of weird. I mean, I look at it, it doesn't seem like it should be weird, but then you think about Scarlett Johansson and Ghost in the Shell. You know what I mean? And it's kind of like, oh, Yeah, that is kind of strange. But I'm sure there's a reason for it. That's all I really care about. As long as even the Scarlett Johansson and Ghost in the Shell thing, they worked that into the story, and I didn't mind. I was like, okay, yeah, that actually does. If anything, having Scarlett Johansson or a non-Japanese person play that role made that plot point make more sense. I thought that it worked fine. The only reason I had to say is because people saw internet connection required on the store page, and journalists, rather than researching, led with AC Shadow was always online. And Lilac, yeah, it is a shame that journalists don't do that research and that people don't do that research. But again, the reality is they don't. So the companies have to say that. You know what I mean? Like it sucks that they have to do it for the reasons that they have to do it, but at least they're doing it. I would do it. I would be the first one. Like, yeah, you don't need a special account. Just getting that out there. Nephiloid, what's going on? I love 4 and 6. Also, Kingdom Hearts sounds like something I'd want to give a go. Also, tonally with 16, it's definitely it's going to catch you by surprise. I don't know that that's something that you should decide or not decide to play the game with. It is tonally a bit different and we've been over this a million times before with this playthrough, but 16 I feel tonally is very different from regular what we're used to with Final Fantasy. All the entities before were original characters. Yasuke is also a historical figure too, and the first time we play as a historical figure in an AC game. Oh, it was never. I guess it was always historical settings with Assassin's Creed, not historical characters. People didn't come up with an Englishman in the Caribbean in AC4. Yeah, you're right. Me and Mom are going out to eat, so just popping in to say hey-o before I pop in and out. Thank you so much, Dragoon. Oh, well, yeah, so there's a historical precedent for the character. Then yeah, then pay attention. You know, you know what this goes back to? This goes back to the guy that played the Shakuhachi flute in at the E3 event. Remember Sony's E3 event with that guy that played the flute, the Japanese flute, and everybody threw a fit? Well, let's be honest. Let's be clear here. I feel like I have a bad habit of doing the same thing that a lot of other people do. Not everybody threw a fit. It was a tiny group of uninformed idiots that decided that they were going to be offended on behalf of a bunch of people who were not offended in the first place. And they decided to be upset because not the flute guy, not the well, I guess he was a flute guy too. No. Not him. What the heck was that guy's name? Enrique something? It was Cornelius Boots was the guy. He played a Japanese flute called the Shakuhachi, and he killed it. I think it was for Ghost of Tsushima, and he killed it. He was amazing. Apparently, he's one of the world's foremost players of that instrument or something. But he is a white dude, right? He looks like a white dude, but he was dressed up in traditional Japanese garb because it was a Ghost of Tsushima thing, and he tore that set up. It was incredible. But you have the people that are like, how dare he appropriate their culture? And it's like, this guy's like one of the best people in the world that plays this instrument. Are you're being offended? No one who you would think would have a right to be offended is offended. You're just doing it on your own. Still a historical fiction after all. And Yasuke's life is so poorly documented, it can just be an original character in the AC verse. People didn't care the Englishman in Caribbean 4. They don't care about the White Samurai and Neo. So I can't put my finger on why they're upset. Yeah, Lilac. It's there's gotta be a connection somewhere. All right. Yeah, it was incredible too. By the way, I go back every once in a while and I watch that performance. It was unbelievable. For problem issues. Not only download the game off the disc onto your system, which is usual. I think that's usual, so that's not really an issue. But even for PS5 and series, you need to download part of the game online to even start the game in the first time. I would argue, Dragoon, that I don't particularly like that, but I would argue that they're I think I understand why they're doing it, and it's so they can control the flow of the game. They can control the hackers and downloaders and stuff. So even if you hack it and download it, or you get the game early or something, you still need a piece from them in order to play it. I see why they do that. It just sucks that they do it. It sucks that they do it because later on down the line, your disc, again, this is the same thing we've said before. If you buy a physical game and any part of a download is required to play it, you don't actually own that physical game. People talk about physical versus digital, and the second you have to download something in order to play the game, you don't own that game physically. You still, if the same thing that you're worried about, which is, oh no, they're going to remove it and make it unplayable one day, that's still going to happen. I remember seeing today guys said, if you're gonna make backup protect AC game, why not set the AC game and completely forgetting AC Origins is a thing. Oh, is it? Well, I don't really play. I keep almost saying Animal Crossing. I don't really play Assassin's Creed, so I'm not familiar with like where they are. There are two guys that got attacked online for wearing yukata because they were too white. How they were appropriating Japanese culture. The girl slammed back with her Japanese national passport. I mean, there was the girl that wore the Chinese style prom dress, right? She wore the prom dress, and there were YouTubers that were in China and asked people about it and showed the pictures, and they thought it was amazing. They were they were so happy. It always bothers me. Like the thing that always bothers me about that, it's set in Egypt. Okay. The thing that always bothers me about that is I think of it the other way. I just think of it the other way. People talk about, oh my God, they're dressed like this and they're appropriating this and they're doing that. And then I think about people from other cultures that embrace cowboy culture. They wear the cowboy hats and they like they like the motif and they like the stylings of it, and they appropriate that, right? They incorporate some of that into their style of dress or their style of behavior. And I would argue that most Americans, most statesmen, right? United States. I hate saying Americans. I really think statesmen is a better term. But most would look at that and say, "Oh, that's great. They're embracing our culture. Isn't that awesome?" Right? You see a Chinese person or someone like deep like European, or right? You see something like that, and you see them embracing cowboy culture. And statesmen, Americans, I'm just going to keep saying Americans would say, wow, that's awesome. That's awesome that they have, that they are attempting to embrace our culture. You're not going to get a bunch of people like, how dare they? It's great. It's great to see that. That's what we should be. That's what we should have. That's what the world should be. And I know I'm going to sound all after school, especially when I say that, but that's what the world should be. The world should exist together, and we should look at each other, and we should look at our cultures, and we should say, wow, those things that are a part of your culture are actually really interesting. I'm interested in that, and I want to see that. And maybe I want to incorporate part of that into my own life in some way. It's not I'm stealing your culture, and it's not insulting. You're not going. I mean, trust me, there are versions of every culture that get depicted in an extremely negative way. But to just incorporate part of that into your life it's not bad. It's not a bad thing. So this whole thing about like AC, even if there wasn't precedence, it's like, but it's still interesting, right? Does it still work with the story? Is the video game still interesting? Swallowing about single player games for physical copies because multiplayer seems lose due to constant updates. But Aram, that's my point, is that if you need a piece of download to play the single player game, you don't really own anything physically. You have a disc that has most of the game on it, but it doesn't have a crucial part of the game on it, which is that the part that you need to work. We've seen that before with games that are busted, stuff like that Tony Hawk game that came out and needed a massive download in order to make it work. Your disc is nothing. Your physical copy is irrelevant. Uh, Physical versus digital. Meanwhile, most gamers say you should be PC gamers. Consoles are redundant, but PC games sold out to all digital. Yes, PC games went to digital years ago, a long time ago. But the PC games went to digital so fast and so smoothly that half the people out there that don't have disk drives on their computer probably don't even really think about it. It didn't even occur to them that they bought a computer and it doesn't have a CD drive on it because they don't use it. The only people getting outraged by appropriation like that are usually women in their 30s with this. No, it's lilac. It's not just women. let's put it that way. It's dudes doing it too, but the demographic is probably also around the same. I embrace Japanese culture. Does that make me a? Yeah, I love Japanese culture. I find it fascinating. I find it more interesting. I've never been a big fan of cowboy culture, to be completely honest with you, which is the only really uniquely American culture is cowboy culture. That's why I was bringing that up. But yeah, I find Japanese culture fascinating. I find it extremely peaceful. It's a, because it's such a, and I'm just kind of guessing here. I know that a lot of the time I talk with I talk with a level of confidence that probably makes me sound really arrogant, and I don't mean to. I think about like what how I perceive it, and Japanese culture you always hear is such a work heavy culture, and it can be a very stressful culture depending on what you do and where you do it. So I always observe the aspects of the culture that seem very peaceful, and they're rooted around you doing something relaxing. Like you look at a lot of the very traditional Japanese hobbies, bonsai trees, the garden settings where you tend to all of that stuff. Like all of that stuff is very peaceful, and I get a kick out of that. I enjoy it. Usually get to hit on the girls. North America is continent, so Mexicans is yeah. That's why I hate it, Ronan. That's why I can't stand using Americans when I mean people from the United States. But at this point, I'd fight it. I'd fight a losing battle in order to change that. So it's no point. It also be extremely rare for a non-Japanese man to even be present in Japan during the feudal era. So having Yusuke is pretty convenient. There is pretty convenient for the story. But don't you think that if somebody was there that was a non-Japanese person, that he'd probably be someone like an assassin, someone who snuck into the country and sneaks around? Reminds me of what was it? Abraham Lincoln versus vampires. Is that what it was? It's the story where it's like all the Abraham Lincoln stuff actually happened, but then there was this extra stuff going on that you never knew about. So it could be like that, right? It could be that there's a secret non-Japanese ninja going around during the, that wouldn't be, that's not Edo, that's before Edo. What era was that? No, I guess it would be the Edo period, right around there. Back in like Tokugawa. Like you would have people, like you could easily argue that they were there. Their job was literally for you to not know they were there. Yeah, you can't change geography. AC4 had a DLC where you played as a former slave turned pirate. So this was not the first time I had a black guy be playable. I gotta eat some more already, but I'm here. Hi, Flash. I usually try to use NA more than American, but also I get lazy and most people know what I'm. Yeah, and that's the thing. You're right, because at this point, everybody kind of knows what that means. That's why it's like a losing battle to try and change that. We had plenty of big dudes in AC games parkouring everywhere. Literally the only thing for AC Shadow that I'm curious, the game is set in feudal Japan, while Yasuke was a retainer of a Japanese man. I'm wondering who does one of the only black men in Japan blend? How does one of the only black men in Japan blend into the crowd of Japan while evading pursuers? I mean, the whole point of an assassin is that you don't blend into the crowd, right? Is that you stay hidden in the shadows. That'd be interesting. It'd be interesting if he was the more outright sort of. And and like I said, I don't really play Assassin's Creed games, so you can tell me if there is a precedent for that. Is there a play style in Assassin's Creed that is more outwardly open and blend into the crowd? Is that a normal thing? I think of Assassin's Creed and I think of stealth. I think of you hide on the rooftops and you run around and you jump down into a bale of hay and you try not to be seen. So I don't ever think of Assassin's Creed as there's a version of it where you are, you go in there, guns blazing for figuratively speaking, and then you blend into the crowd. There's a manga anime called Nobunaga Concerto about a Japanese boy who gets sent back to feudal Japan and replaces Nobunaga. Even in that, they have Yasuke, and I love how they add him. He's a modern baseball player who also got sent back in time, but was a bit of an otaku, and no one complained there. Everyone liked this character. To be fair, I haven't heard of the show, so maybe other people didn't hear of it either. People got mad about cultural appropriation are only getting mad for internet points. In reality, they don't care. Yeah, it's also someone taking cowboy culture. They would live. Yeah, they wouldn't care. They don't care. Most of the time, they don't. You're right. And like somebody said, they do it for points. They do it for points because they think. And this is the issue I kind of made. I'm gonna say this. I'm gonna keep using this term to explain this. Karate teriyaki. For anybody that is familiar, when I told that story, karate teriyaki. It was the teriyaki sauce that I saw at the store, and it had like a guy in a karate. It's like the silhouette of a guy in a karate gi, kicking, like high kicking, and it made me chuckle because I immediately thought, and I did legitimately think of it as sort of a joke, and I was like, I don't know if I should be offended by this or not, right? Am I supposed to be offended that it is a teriyaki sauce and it's called karate teriyaki, and the silhouette is the guy high kicking in a karate gi? And it was just like, and that instant, it kind of made me understand. It helped me understand that, yeah, this is what people do. Is they look and they see something and they think to themselves, am I supposed to be outraged? But then they do it. Right? I thought it was funny. I thought it was a joke. I moved on with my life because my life is more significant than a bottle of teriyaki sauce at the supermarket. But there are people that don't do that. That they see it and they think, I've got to take a picture of this. I have to put it online and I have to tell everybody how outraged I am and how outraged they should be and how they're wrong if they're not mad about it. And that's what some people do. And it's insane. I'm going to start with a different bit of different message. It's a surprisingly open convo about the matter that I know statement I need to make if I actually get this work to be seen across the country. I'm going to hope that the positive repercussions actually happen. I mean, there's always going to be whatever you do something like that, there's always going to be some positivity. The problem is there's also always going to be some negativity. So you just have to be willing to observe the negativity while embracing the positivity. And that's just life, I guess. Just whenever you bring politics into it, it gets a little bit more iffy. I only played the first two AC. I remember those. You're hiding in plain sight. While Assassin's Creed is about stealth, it also allows for front assaults mostly. It has a counter system and everything. You can evade by losing sight of the pursuer, hide in specific hiding spots, or sit on a bench and walk with a crowd to blend in with the people around you. So that kind of makes me interested then. I'll be honest. I literally, until that paragraph, I don't know that I've been so interested in an Assassin's Creed game. Do I even have one? I have the Ezio collection on PS3. Right? Is that all I have? Yeah, that's the only one I have. I have the Ezio collection on PS3. What's this? Have I read this? New Jeff takes place in. Okay, so this is the tweet here about this game. Oh my God, there's so much to this. Assassin's Creed Shadow Details, New Gen 5. Takes place feudal Japan in the year 1579 during the Azuchi Momoyama period. Time period sees a range of activities, including Portuguese merchants, legions of samurai, shinobi, Jesuit missionaries. Yeah, that makes perfect sense. I don't need to see any. In regards to the current conversation, I don't need to see any more. That all makes perfect sense. That you want to know why there be a non-Japanese person at that time in there is because there were tons of non-Japanese people. Two pro tags, Yasuke and Naoe. Several person quest. So Yasuke is a real historical figure who brought to Japan by a Jesuit missionary and became a samurai and served Oda Nobunaga. Naoe is an agile shinobi who likes stealth, but knows how to fight. Can use grappling hook to traverse environments. Physics based, so it can be improbable. Interesting. That does kind of sound interesting. I don't understand any of these Japanese words. What did you say? Get those Japanese words off of me. I'm doing well. I'm progressing through my book, by the way. I'm progressing through my book. I'm doing well in my Duolingo. I still need to find a good show to watch. And I still the one other thing that I'm missing with my just random tangent here about my Japanese studies. I don't know what the best way is to find people to speak with. Like, I don't know if I'm at a point where I should. Right, I don't know where in your learning Japanese you should be trying to converse with people, but I also don't know. I know that there are websites and stuff online, but I'm broke, so I don't really have a ton of money to be paying for tutors or something. So I don't know what's a good way to engage in the Japanese language. We don't have Japantown. We don't have, you know what I mean? We have Chinatown. We got Chinatown. We don't have a Japantown. So there's nowhere I can go where I feel like I can practice. But I'm still also, like I said, I'm also still just looking for a show. But I am progressing through. I'm doing my studies every day. So I am progressing through that. AC Shadows actually takes place shortly after Ezio's time period. Ezio Trilogy is goated, if a little jank. It is the PS3 version, so there's probably going to be some jank there. From Origins, they went more RPG-based. Level system, gear levels, you up more. Oh, gear levels you up more. Greater level differences make frontal assaults difficult or impossible. You can stealth kill at greater level differences, while Ezio, Black Flag, and Unity and Syndicate was just straight action based. So, I mean, I have the game. Maybe I'll try it out at some point. And I had to plug my PS3 back up because I needed to look up something, and that's all I'll say about that. Yeah, I mean, in the fourth game, the fourth game was called Black Flag. Nobody was mad. Seeing Yasuke represented made me happy. I was like, no way, that's an incredible attention to detail. My actual concern is Ubisoft's pay to avoid our massive grind wall. Yeah, gameplay that you. Yeah, at this point, Dragoon, it's you're just concerned about the gameplay more than anything. Most confusing thing about AC franchise is how the first game still hasn't gotten any kind of re-release, not even a basic bitch port. So are all ACs connected story wise? Yeah, I wouldn't know. I don't think so, because I don't think a lot of the Ezio trilogy is Ezio, and then I guess Black Flag was somebody else. So I think they're separated by the assassin, right? This is Kingdom Hearts. I play this on Virtual Boy, then play some mobile game to understand the storyline. AC1 really needs a remake. I'd probably say just remake the Ezio trilogy. Maybe you can do the whole thing at once. The problem with this, we play it as multiple races and ethnicities, so there's outrageous. I mean, the outrage is always stupid, but first game did get a remaster, including AC 1 and 2. I mean, technically, the Ezio trilogy is a port, right? Doesn't that technically? I mean, I know what they mean, though. It's not right. This isn't Resident Evil 2 PlayStation to the PS4 or 5 game. It's they were basic upscaled ports, right? Oh, AC1 is an Ezio. Okay, I'm sorry. It was back when the achievements wasn't implemented, and subtitles were not standard. 3 and 4 are connected. Okay, they redid some dialogue. One is that guy whose name starts with I'll tear something. Oh my god, it doesn't have like a weird. It's no, that's I think I'm thinking of Ezio is the guy that has like a long name. He did get story closure in Revelations. No matter no, what I'm saying is that due to a tie-in with AC2 reevaluation was that the standalone release of Revelations came with a remaster of 1. Oh, okay. So there is some version of it, which is the third of the Ezio game. AC1 has played. It's a Middle Eastern. Isn't Altair from Fire Emblem? Who? Okay, this is gonna sound stupid. Who was Michael Fassbender in the movie? Was he Altair? He wasn't Ezio, right? You just need to buy AC2. Well, what's the trilogy have? Hold on. Oh, he was a new character. Okay, he was a unique assassin. Oh, okay. Because they did the whole thing about, like, he had these past lives, so I thought that that's what it was. So this is... Oh, this has it. Hold on. How's my disc looking on this? It's a bit rough. Could use some cleaning. So this is Assassin's Creed 2, Revelations, and Brotherhood. This is what I have. You want to? I mean, listen to the credit theme or chase theme from AC1. It's amazing. Gold, if you're in the Discord, just link it in Discord. We have a music channel. You go to Music Forum and you can link a song there for me. Mitchell Facemaker. No, Michael Fassbender. Quite the handsome fella, I might say. I'm gonna try to say my point from Mega Man Base. Discussion from recently. Mega Man Base isn't actually super hard or unfair. It's just more focused on brain teasers and thinking on the go. Simple reaction-based platforming, which is, I would argue, Flash. I'll sidetrack with you there. I'd argue that Mega Man and Base Super Famicom. Because the GBA version had other problems that were related to the downsizing of it. I would argue that it's probably no different from earlier Mega Man. But by the time we played it, a lot of people played it. We were already past the extremely difficult Mega Man stuff. And, you know, Mega Man's always had a history of being very challenging, but that's usually the earlier games. And I feel like Mega Man Base just kind of felt like one of those. Like, when I played it, I was like, this doesn't feel any harder than NES Mega Man games. Fassbender was an original, and his ancestor was running around Spain during the Inquisition. I have to admit, I don't remember a single damn thing from the AC. Shadow, I remember a few years ago, I mentioned it. I was on a stream. I was watching a stream, and I was talking to the streamer, and I mentioned that Michael Fassbender was a character from in the Assassin's Creed movie. He was the guy. They didn't even realize. They didn't remember that there was an Assassin's Creed movie. And I don't blame them. I think that's been a problem nowadays, is that a lot of this stuff, if it doesn't have some sort of meme popularity or something, it just kind of gets tossed to the wayside. People just kind of forget it existed. And yeah, you're not the only one. There's a lot of people that don't even remember the movie existed, let alone who was in it or what it was about. Yeah, I barely remember there was an Assassin's Creed movie. My first Mega Man based playthrough as Mega Man was shockingly smooth, given what I'd heard about the game. Yeah, it's not extremely difficult. I mean, Flash, I say the same thing about stuff like Zelda 2. You know, Zelda 2 is very unforgiving if you don't take the game, if you don't respect the game. But I didn't particularly find Zelda 2 any more difficult than an early Mega Man game or anything else like that. Before AC4, the story was you played as the ancestor of the main character, reliving their memories from AC4, and after anyone can experience those memories as long as you have the DNA. So that's basically what the movie was about. In the movie, it was Michael Fassbender, and they attached him to some sort of machine, and then the machine allowed him to sort of relive the memories of what was happening. Like, that was sort of the whole premise of the movie. AC1, you play as Altair. AC2, Brotherhood and Revelations, you play as Ezio. 3 is Connor Kenway. 4 is Connor's grandfather, Edward Kenway. So that, but he's playing as Connor's memories, basically. Think of each HD game like its own unique game, similar to Final Fantasy. What about the later ones? What about the one where your faces disappeared? What? Who was in that one? Posted the music in music form. Okay, I see it there. I won't play it now, but I'll check that out later. AC4, AC3, Rebel 3, 4, Rebel, and Unity have connections to each other. Yeah. What was the one that their faces disappeared? Was that Unity? I think that was Unity. It was all glitched out. It was horrifying. It was terrifying to look at. Was that Brotherhood? No, I think it was Unity. It was Unity, right? I tried to play Odyssey, but I thought it was going to be like Mario Odyssey. Yeah. Executor. It was weird when I couldn't throw my hood and then jump off of it. The conceit of AC game is that in modern time you have this tech called the Animus, which can use people's genetics to view memory. So that sounds like what the movie was. I think the movie was like that. Yeah, Unity had a shit launch. Unity was the one that Unity launched with another game, right? Wasn't one of them more multiplayer focused, but they launched together? And then Unity was like the busted one that the faces would disappear and you would be left with hair and eyes. Why can't I throw my damn hat? Yeah, that was Unity, but the game still looks amazing. I mean, when it's there. The movie just did it worse. I mean, cash grab movies, which is very strange. Rogue. I want to say, I think it was something like Rogue, yeah. Let's see, it's giving Tekken's off. Oh my God, could you imagine? Yeah, Tekken try and do something like that. The Tekken movie would be 7 hours long, and it would just be a series of ridiculousness. Or am I thinking of the making of Tekken? All right, so barring that story. Hang on 1 second here. Okay. The only other thing I had to talk about was this thing came up for the Game Awards. Not Game Awards, Summer Games Fest. Like the companies participating. There wasn't really anything to discuss there. I'm always kind of surprised that some companies are still so engaged in it. Let's see if I can find it here. Yeah, it's this list right here. I'm not gonna read them all. It's a ton of things here. Here, let me grab I'll grab the tweet and I'll give it to you. Copy link. That's the link there, and it's just a single screen graphic that has a bunch of the companies that are going to be there. I won't get into all of this. It is kind of weird. Like, there's always some, like, most of them make sense. I think most of them make sense because they're smaller companies. They, Embark. I'm looking at some of these names here. Embark, Pocket Pair, Private Division. Like, I would argue that these companies are probably not attention grabbing enough to do their own event. But it is kind of weird that you have if Capcom did their own event, I think people would pay attention to that. So I don't think they need the banner of Summer Games Fest in order to get attention for anything that they might have to offer. Bandai Namco, I think, could stand on their own as an event. Ubisoft obviously could stand on their own as an event. This says Xbox, which I guess they're just kind of there because I'd be curious to see what they say. And PlayStation. PlayStation is always kind of weird that they're involved also, but it's, Jeff Keighley, so that kind of makes sense there. It just, yeah, it's not a problem. It's not bad that they're involved. It does kind of surprise me that a lot of them, one thing that we always say about Nintendo is that Nintendo doesn't need Summer Games Fest. They just do their own thing and everybody pays attention to it. Nintendo could do a 40-minute direct in a treehouse, in a 4-hour treehouse, and everybody would watch it, or at least a 40-minute direct. I think a lot of these companies could do that too. I think they have the power to stand on their own. So it's interesting that they are under the banner of Summer Game Fest. But like I said, it's not really a problem. It just kind of surprises me. What did Microsoft do today? Yeah, so Latimer, which ones don't make sense? I would just say the ones that are so big that if they just did their own event, people would just watch it. So, and again, they're not. It's not like this is E3. It's not like Summer Games Fest is one event and then they're all gonna say something there. They're all gonna put out their own presentations. It's just I wonder if they still think there's a benefit to falling under the Summer Game Fest banner. So I'm just kind of curious about that. I mean, it always seemed like a disjointed event anyway. So, it didn't feel as concise as E3, where E3 was packed into one basic week. It wasn't even a week. It was like 4 or 5 days. And you knew within that time. Whereas, some of these here, I mean, last year, you had about a week and maybe a week or so of events. And then Sony's was like 2 or 3 weeks before. Remember that? Remember it was like the end of May that Sony said, yeah, we're going to do our event there. And by the time we got to the bulk of the other events, we forgot Sony even did theirs. Yeah, KH. When Sony did their own event before Games Fest last year, everyone ended up saying how they should have done it at the Summer Games Fest too, though. Yeah, and you're right. I am kind of double talking there because, yeah, it was something that by the time we got to Summer Games Fest, everybody said, oh, yeah, they did their event like 2-3 weeks ago. But I don't know. I'm not saying you don't do it around that time, but Nintendo does it around that time, but they don't fall under the banner of Summer Games Fest. So I guess that's my question is like, why engage in the branding of Summer Game Fest? I mean, I don't mind. I've said plenty of times before, I like the E3. As an in-person event, it was unnecessary. But as an online event, it was a ton of fun. We had a consistent few days of a ton of announcements. It was like Super Bowl for us. For gaming news, it was like the Super Bowl. It was this big giant event that we looked forward to, and we were so excited about what was going to happen. And then without it, it starts to feel a bit disjointed. And it's like, oh, okay, well they're gonna do, PlayStation's gonna do an event 3 weeks before everybody else is. We're going to forget about it. And all of these other companies, they're going to have these events at these weird times where they don't coordinate anything. So it is nice to have some sort of coordination. But it does kind of surprise me because Summer Game Fest doesn't seem as important as E3. I mean, even E3 wasn't as important as E3 used to be. So it's interesting to me that there's this opportunity, right? This moment in time where companies could say, it's time to really start doing our own thing and focusing on that. And a lot of them didn't. A lot of them saw Summer Game Fest pop up and they said, yeah, okay, we're going to go over there and we're going to do that. And it's like, okay, that's fine. But it's just, it does strike me as odd. Too bad Nintendo could give us a direct that was them showing a picture of a treehouse and we would still watch it. I mean, Sims, do you have a date in mind? Is it a hot take to say that the Sonic movie is the best video game movie? Is it a hot take to say that the Sonic movie is the best video game movie? A lot of people are going to say no. I'm going to say yes. Because it's a movie with video game characters. Although Sonic 2, I think, is probably more in line. It's a movie like Sonic, like the first Sonic movie. It's a movie with a video game character, but you took the character out of the world and you put them in the real world. So to me, it's like, it's cheating. I always found that to be cheating. The idea of a video game movie should be a movie that takes place in the world of the video game. And if all you do is take the main characters and you pull them out of that world, I don't feel like you're doing the same thing. It's not the same thing. So I do find it kind of cheap. Mario, the Super Mario Brothers movie. That movie takes place in the Mushroom Kingdom. Sure. There's the Brooklyn aspect, right? They go back there. They're from there originally. That's fine. But the bulk of the movie, the story of the movie, the plot of the movie takes place in the Mushroom Kingdom. That to me is a video game movie. That's a video game movie that takes place in the video game world. Mortal Kombat, right? The first Mortal Kombat. I thought the first Mortal Kombat was a decent movie. It was a lot of fun. It was action movie schlock. But as a video game movie, I think it worked. I think it was okay. which is better than Street Fighter. Woo! Sonic 2 is the best one overall. Mario and Detective Pikachu come close, but they're taking a bit. But they're a bit too generic or basic for my liking. I mean, Mario was definitely. See, it's kind of funny, Ryan, because Mario does feel pretty basic, but Mario Brothers in general feels basic to me. We've talked before about how the franchise Wonder is the most interesting thing to happen to the franchise in a long time, outside of maybe Odyssey. I thought Odyssey was a lot of fun, but I think as far as what we normally think of out of Super Mario Bros. Games, I think Wonder is probably the most interesting thing that has come out of it. So like Mario in general is just sort of basic, right? I like the first Mortal Kombat. I like the newer one as well. I didn't see the Annihilation. I thought was terrible. I didn't see if there's another one after that. The best video game movie was the live action Mario movie. You never said it had to be good. I mean, that would fundamentally be the best one. I unironically like that movie on its own. I think it's a fun movie, but as a Mario property, it's absurd. Hey, Boktai. Mario get away with being basic when it comes to video games, not films. Here's what I would say. Here's what I would say about that. Yeah, and Ryan says the same thing. The movie needs to be a bit more meat on its bones. Mario didn't really have that. Hopefully they address, and that's kind of what I was gonna say for the first movie, because I knew that was gonna happen. We called that before the movie came out. For the first Mario movie, we knew it was gonna be pretty basic, right? It was gonna be a Mario movie. It was gonna be Mario, the story of how he got there, and him saving the Mushroom Kingdom. That's what it was gonna be. They didn't really change up a lot. Like, there's a lot of good humor in it, right? You got the song, and you got the Peach song, and Princess Peach, I thought she was a fun character in this movie. I like when Princess Peach isn't the damsel in distress. I like when she does things. It's kind of, I kind of wanted her to be a little bit, not really damsel in distressy, but I kind of wanted her to, at some point, really need some help, which I guess she needs help to save the Mushroom Kingdom. If she was this amazing badass that everyone tried to claim that she was going to be, she wouldn't have needed Mario. She would have done it herself. So she needed Mario's help. I would have liked it like that, just because in the second movie, I would have wanted to see Daisy sort of step into that role and be a little more tough and active. But yeah, I give the first Mario movie a pass, because it's the first movie. But if it's very basic for the second movie, that's when I'm going to say, all right, you got to do something more interesting. You have to do something more interesting with this movie. Annihilation is bad in a funny way to me. Unanimously agreed to be bad. Hey, Flip. Need the first movie to be relatively safe. Yeah, especially when the live action was such a departure. Yeah, I give them credit for that. I would say, yeah, that's fine. I go back and I look at something like Force Awakens, right? Star Wars Episode 7. And a lot of people complained that it felt very samey. It seemed to hit a lot of the same notes as some of the other movies, particularly New Hope and a little bit of Empire, but really New Hope. And people complained, and it's like, yeah, but the last time they did a very wide departure, everybody threw a fit. So it makes sense that the first new movie back, they're going to try and do something that is new but feels familiar. And that's kind of what I think the Mario movie did. I think that it obviously looked different, it sounded different, it behaved different, but it was also familiar. It was familiar in the sense that we knew what the stakes were, and the stakes weren't anything more or less than that. Daisy needs to be in her own kind of game first, I think, like a Luigi and Daisy game where she gets more personality. No, I'm fine with them taking the sort of fan agreed upon personality of Daisy. I'm fine with them elaborating on that. I don't know that I particularly need a Daisy movie. I just think that Daisy would absolutely need. I wouldn't want Daisy to just pop up in a movie. I would need her to have her own arc in a movie. I would need her development to occur separately for the first half of the movie. and I'd like to see that happen and see how she gets mixed in with the gang. You know, and you can do the generic thing, right? You can do the generic she's trying to defend Sarasaland from Bowser, and Mario shows up and she doesn't know, right? If you want to do the whole thing where Daisy never met Peach, then you could have her battle all of them, and then by the end of the movie they team up to defeat Bowser. Like, I'm fine with that. Again, it's Mario. I don't need anything extremely cerebral. You know what I mean? I don't need anything that makes me go, wow, well, maybe they really turned Mario on its head. I'm just like, yeah, it's fine. I want a fun movie. That's all I really care about. I have other movies for that. I have other things that I can watch and say, wow, that really messed with my head. I have other things for that. I watch a Super Mario Brothers movie. I want it to be interesting, but I just mostly want it to be fun. That's all I care about. I agree for the most part, but does that make it the best video game movie? I don't think so. I think Sonic 2 has it beat as a quality movie overall right now. Oh, yeah, I don't know. I didn't see Sonic 2, but I've heard a lot of people say that. You're not the only person I've heard say that Sonic 2 was probably one of the better video game movies out there, if not the best. There's a lot of personality from the sports games. She is the sports princess to counteract Peach's regalness. Yeah, so I would be fine if they did the whole they never met. I would like her to know Peach already. I think that would make a lot more sense. I find it interesting that, you know, and again, I'm trying not to think too hard about the Mario franchise, but it always kind of is interesting to me in this more fleshed out version of the Mario world that we don't see Daisy more. So I feel like there needs to be a reason. I feel like there needs to be something to explain why we don't have Daisy interact, why Bowser is always taking over the Mushroom Kingdom and not Sarasaland, which I still say my favorite headcanon for that is that he has tried and Daisy just destroys him, so he stopped trying. That's always my favorite headcanon, is that, like, Bowser tried to take over Sarasaland one time. She basically kicked the crap out of him, and he said, yeah, I'm not doing that anymore. I also like the headcanon that, like, she sort of appreciates his attempt, so while he's still the bad guy, they do kind of get along a little bit. You know what I mean? They're both tough. They're both looking out for their people. So she, like, I kind of get that. It's always kind of like, yeah, I can see them sort of hanging out and getting to know each other a little bit better. I think maybe we have a Wario versus Daisy side plot where Wario's such shit that makes Daisy realize she can just be herself and not have to be regal and professional. I do like the idea that Wario, you know what, that would be kind of interesting. If you had Wario and Waluigi causing trouble in Sarasaland, so when Mario and Luigi show up, she's confused. And that's why she attacks them. You know, and she's like, oh yeah, sure, I know who you really are. And you know what I mean? And so she goes after them. You're back, Boktai. I think that'd be a nice sort of premise. I think that would be a lot of fun. It also means that in a Daisy, in the second Mario movie, you could introduce Wario and Waluigi. I'd be fine with that. I think that'd be a lot of fun. The kingdom is mine, so don't dare send your men after me. Yeah, who said anything about sending men? Yeah, just save it for your fanfics, Greg. I like that idea. I think that's a pretty beneficial idea. I think that's a lot of fun. You know, I try to think about what I would want out of a Daisy focused, not Daisy focused, but the second Mario movie. I try to think of what I would want to see out of that, and I like Bowser is fine, but I wouldn't mind seeing something a bit different. You know, Bowser, and then maybe Bowser gets mixed up, and maybe Bowser tries to take over, but then Tatanga shows up, or I would like to see something just a bit different. I do think that, I don't think I want Daisy to be the bad guy. Who would I want to voice Daisy? The person from the games. I don't know who it is that does the games. Daisy. Yeah, I'm fine with that voice. I like that voice. Bowser and Magic Koopa use dark magic to create Wario and Waluigi Scapelli the rival. I mean, I dig it. I dig that. I really dig that. Yeah, we discussed Miley Cyrus in the past. I do. Miley Cyrus has a, she has a toughness to her voice that I think would translate well to a Daisy type character. But that sort of toughness is what I'm looking for. Oh, Aquafina as Daisy. That's not bad, actually. Yeah, I would take some, but that's the sort of voice I would want. Even if it's not somebody who's known for that, even if you get somebody who has a voice of all trades, right? I would. That's the kind of voice I would want. That's why I would just want the actual person who does the Daisy voice now. Just give me them. I'm fine with that. All right, so we'll shut that down. She has to be loud. Yeah, it has to be somebody who's ready to do that. I don't know celeb, so I can't say who should voice who. I just want Danny DeVito as Wario. May I offer you a clove of garlic? Could you imagine they get him to say that? Didn't he just say something that he would actually play that if they offered it to him? Aquafina would do an acting job for a Diet Coke and a bucket of chicken. No more Aquafina voice roles, please. Jennifer Hale. Yeah, I don't know. Jennifer Hale as, like, who's the voice of Daisy now? Who did the voice of Daisy in Mario Kart, right? Who is that voice? Just get that person. I'm fine with them. One last thing really quickly before we switch over to the game. Jason Momoa as Daisy. Okay, wait, hold on. Different level of toughness here. Speaking of Daisy, one last thing before I get the game booted up here. I got the system on now. They randomly added 3 games to the NSO. They added 3 Game Boy games. Baseball, Alleyway, which is a sort of breakout clone, which is okay. It's just very limited, but you know, it is an early Game Boy game. And Mario Land. They finally added Mario Land, which is very weird that they would not have added that until now. But they did add that, and that is I believe that's the first appearance of Daisy. That's the first legitimate appearance of Daisy. I do find it interesting that Daisy, to me, kind of looks like what the original Princess Toadstool was. Remember in the first Mario Bros, it was in Mario 2 also. It was Princess Toadstool. She wasn't Peach yet. But in Mario 1, I think she had like a reddish brownish hair, and then I think she had brown hair in Mario 2. So I always liked the idea that was like Daisy in disguise or something, or I don't know. There's a story there. I just don't know it. Because Peach wasn't the Peach that we know until 3, right? Want to complete Mario Land right now? You'll probably still have time for Final Fantasy 16. I got to like the second or third stage, and I saved my game. Boop 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 do 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 boop boop. That's a song that I always sing. I've been singing that song for years, and I always knew it was Mario Land. But I always sing that song, and I always think that I didn't remember playing Mario Land that much. So why is that song in my head all these years later? Do you like how slippery Mario Land 1 is? I didn't really find it. Oh, no, it is a little slippery. I don't know. I'll be honest with you. I give Mario Land 1 some passes because it's an OG Game Boy game. No, it's. I always think of Brennan Floss lyric. No, it's definitely not from Brennan Floss or anything. It's just like I've done it since the Game Boy days, but I didn't play Mario Land that much. I think I've only been there like twice. She wasn't called Peach until Mario 64, but the name comes from Mario RPG when Belome would eat party characters and remark that the princess tasted peachy. Oh. I mean, there's a crude joke in there, but I'm not going to go for that. Maybe my uncle played it. I don't really have... No, I have uncles, but... Well, I have at least one uncle, but... No, I don't really interact with them. No. It wouldn't be that. No, it was definitely me that played it, but... I mean, it's a Game Boy game. It's not like we played it on the big screen or anything, but... Yeah, I don't know. Something about that... I think... You know what I think it is? With that song... I wonder if that song was somewhere else, and maybe that's how I kept hearing it. The driving behind the big logging truck, right? The whole thing, the whole meme and the whole thing about when you drive behind a big logging truck, you want to move because you remember Final Destination and you remember the thing breaking and all the logs flying at you. I've never seen that movie, but I think of it. And everybody thinks of it. But it's because that scene was in the commercials. So even if you didn't see the movie, you probably saw the advertising for it. So I keep thinking about Mario Land, and I always wonder if was like the advertising just off the charts for that game, or was the song somewhere else that I remember it, and then that's how I always... Now I just remember it off of remembering it, if that makes any sense, right? The reason I remember it now is because it's been in my memory the entire time. But how did it get there originally? There's a few songs that are like that. There's like the Batman NES theme, the first stage, Kirby, right? That game I played a lot of, though. So Kirby's Adventure I played a lot of. Mario Land 1 did use classical music more. Oh my god, it used a ton of it. So I was playing it yesterday, and I was like, wow, there's so much non greens. Yeah, there's so much non-Mario music in this game. Fun fact: everyone that moves. Because they don't remember it because one person that died was behind it. The rest were on the side on the pile up from the people on. Oh, you're talking about in the movie? I never saw the movie, so I literally just know it from the commercial. Yeah, it's kind of funny that I find I was playing it yesterday. Hold on, let me switch over to the game here. I was playing No. Final. Okay. Yeah, that logging scene, like 12 people got killed, only one was due to being behind it. I was playing it, and it occurred to me that Mario Land 1 and Mario Land 2, I guess, they strayed really far from Mario. Like when did Mario Land come out? Was it after 2 and before 3, or was it after 3? I don't remember if it was before or after 3. And the idea that they threw out like most of Super Mario Bros. You know, you had a Fire Flower, but it was a Super Ball. You had the Koopa Troopas and the Goombas, and I think everything else was different. You had a couple of enemies from the original Mario Bros. It was so interesting to me as I was playing it and remembering the game, and I just thought, wow, they really threw out most of what we remember from Mario. The Koopas explode for some reason. If you jump on them, their shells blow up after. Like it was so vastly different than anything. And I know that there were only a couple of games, but I feel like actually no, because was it again? Let me ask you. And Aaron, I think that's kind of what I'm gonna say. Was it after 2? Because if you go after 2, Mario 1, Super Mario, I should say Super Mario. Super Mario, well, actually, if you include Mario Bros., Super Mario Bros., Super Mario Bros. 2, and Super Mario Land were all 4 very different games. Isn't that strange? That's so weird that we nowadays, if you make one game and then you make another game that's different, everybody throws a fit. But back then, the first 4 Mario games were very different from each other. And I would argue that to an extent, they're all fondly remembered, right? Mario Bros. Kind of, I feel like a lot of people played Super Mario Bros. And didn't realize there was something before it. Excuse me. To be fair, there were only really 2 games at the time to base things off of. Yeah, Mario 1 and 2 shared the same assets. And then 3 released in '88 in Japan. So I think Mario Land was '89. So yeah, okay. So for us, we would have probably, because I think we got Mario 3 like much later. Yeah, we're about to switch up, Trios. You just popped in. If we're being real, that's a constant for many classic. Yeah, Zelda 2, Metroid 2. That's something that I always defend with those games. That's why I usually defend a lot of those games where people, oh my god, it's so different. Zelda 2 had 1 game before it, and everybody was upset because they completely changed the formula. Which, to be fair, the top-down formula, when they went back to it for Mario 3, Zelda 3, I think it was much better, and it became like the quintessential Zelda game. Castlevania 2 I always defend because that game, that format for that kind of game is what we grew into. It's just Castlevania 2 did it terribly. It was very, very disjointed and very cryptic and very not aware of what kind of game it was at the time, because that kind of game was kind of new to it. So, but I always defend that game. Metroid 2, my biggest gripe about Metroid 2 is just as it was on the Game Boy, Metroid 2 is very technically limited. You had a very large sprite. You had a slow-moving character. The gameplay felt very clunky. Like everything that was wrong with Metroid 2 was the Game Boy's fault. And I'll always say that about Metroid 2. I mean, you go back and you play something like AM2R, something that's a lot more modern, and the game's fantastic. The game's unbelievable. But back then, the Game Boy really hurt that game. A lot of very different sequels are the black sheep of the series. Yeah, Fire Emblem 2 Echoes, Final Fantasy 2. Final Fantasy 2 is a notorious one for that. You defend Castlevania 2? What's next? You like Zelda 2? Mario Land 1 and 2 were by different development teams. It was the Metroid team. Daisy and Wario are Samus. Wait, what? Hold on, you lost me halfway through there, Kia. Really trying to think of a good voice actor for Waluigi, and I can't. I mean, doesn't Martinet do that voice too? I would just get Martinet for that one. All right, so here's what we're gonna do. I'm going to take a quick break. I'm sorry, Trios. I'm going to take a quick... Trios, I am relatively near the end of the game, apparently. I think I have one more big, giant thing to do, and then there should be some stuff and then a boss. I don't think that's going to be today, but I am relatively near the end of the game, so hopefully maybe 2 more streams, maybe 3. So by next week... Put it this way, Trios. By next Thursday, which, by the way... We are a week away from Paper Mario Thousand Year Door. I can barely contain my excitement for this game. But I also got an email from Best Buy asking me to verify the information for my pre-order. So my pre-order is still alive. It's kind of sad I'm not getting one of those cool Famicom bags like they got in Japan, but whatever. No, wait, that's not for Paper Mario. That was for... that was for the NES tournament thingy. Yeah, you can ask chat for that one. Danny DeVito and Adam Sandler. Oh boy. All right, but yeah, Martinet did all the plumbers and baby versions of them. Yeah, I think a new guy does the same. So yeah, I would take that. But you can get Mountain Zoo Mount. Okay, yeah, I want you to explain that one to me later. I know what you're talking about, but you can explain it to me a bit more in depth. You and Lala can probably explain that one. But give me a few minutes. Let me run to the restroom. Let me get some more coffee and get my water, because I don't think I got a little bit of water. And then when I come back, we're gonna jump right back into Final Fantasy 16. So be right back. I played Twisted Metal Black. I remember nothing about it. I mean, it's been forever since I played it. That was such a good game, though. I see a red door and I want to paint it black. Okay. Oh, let me change my... Oh, no, I did. Change my category, so we're back in. So we are back into Final Fantasy 16. What do we have left? We are doing... give me a second there. We're gonna start doing the last big thingy, right? The big giant crystal thingy. So I needed yours.
Heard the bad news then, did you?
What bad news?
About Dravost. Blackthorn's old haunt. With the forge and all that. Well,
Everyone's
anyway,
loved the data
the mines
battle.
just down the road from there are spewing at ether like no one's business.
And the village?
Safe from the flood for now, but they've got other problems. Akashic. Every creature in the
They're
area
safe
is
from the
either
flood, but
turned
now the
or on
Covenant
the
have
way
shown
to
up.
turning, apparently.
Oh, wait, I'm sorry.
Zoltan and the others are living on borrowed time. They need
Zoltan.
help, and quick. Doris sent a few curse breakers to keep an eye on things, but there's only so much a couple of scouts can do. Except get eaten. If something ain't done soon, the whole place will be overrun.
Sorry, did you get an ultimate weapon? Ultima weapon, and it looked annoying.
Does Blackthorn know?
I thought it might be better if he didn't. He'd only do something stupid.
This is the last blacksmith quest?
No. It's better this way.
Yeah, well, I can't stand about knowing what's happening out there, so I'm off. I'll see you in Dravost.
Master Chief is asleep. Send in the Helldivers. I have a question for you. All right. With all of this stuff going on with Microsoft, and we don't know what's going to happen. We don't know about the whole, I don't know if they're going to go third party. It's just going to be that their games are probably going to show up on other systems. Let me ask you what you think is more likely. What do you think would happen first? Halo shows up on Sony or Halo shows up on Nintendo? Now, you might think Halo shows up on Sony. Absolutely. But what about something like the Master Chief Collection showing up on the Switch or the Switch 2? Yeah, Sony's the obvious choice, but you could get something like the Master Chief Collection to run on the Switch just fine. Especially if it's a launch title. Imagine it's a launch title for the Switch 2. Wait, didn't I see... Isn't there another Plus quest somewhere?
The stew's awfully thin these days.
What do I owe the honor?
Okay.
I'll keep
Didn't I see another Plus quest? Am I crazy? I mean, I am, but... Oh, it's down here. Play Halo on the go? Switch 2 it is. So what do you think would be the first? What do you think would happen first?
Have you tried Molly's lemon tarts?
I think both, as the heads want extreme growth. Absolutely. I still like Conker's Bad Fur Day on NSO. You think Halo on PlayStation? Do you think it would be something like Halo Infinite? Or do you think just the Master Chief Collection? I feel like you do both. I feel like you have to do both.
What do you reckon we should do?
Would people enjoy playing the online component of Halo on Nintendo's network? I don't know. I mean, I feel like I don't know. I feel like the Nintendo's network isn't really as bad as people think that it is. I used to play Fortnite. I played Fortnite when I first played it. I played it on the Switch and it worked fine.
Did you have a mo? Don't tell me. You need more bomb ash.
Do Nintendo gamers play a lot of FPS games? Not particularly, but Halo kind of it's just cheating to say that Halo kind of transcends that. Like Halo really isn't just an FPS game. It's Halo. Not to mention if you do something like the Master Chief Collection, there's nostalgia there.
A heck of a lot hotter than anything Blackthorn's got in his forge, that's for certain.
Oh wait, I should be paying attention to you. Yeah, Splatoon's third person. Splatoon's third person.
Trouble is, we won't be able to make out of any old rubbish neither. We need the good stuff. And I hear you once helped Helena get her hands on exactly that.
Taylor?
Any chance you could help me too?
Doom 64. Halo, yeah, Halo's a pioneer. Like people, I'm one of them. I'm somebody who was never really crazy about first-person games, and I played the heck out of Halo.
What exactly is this good stuff you need me to find?
But not multiplayer. I didn't really play online the way a lot of people did. I just played the heck out of the single-player stuff.
Here. Spherical echoes, we call them.
More fallen materials. So this smelter is similar.
Nostalgia's gonna have to be the key for sales. For something like the Master Chief Collection, absolutely.
Thermal helms.
Absolutely.
Ceramics deal with heat like
But for something like Halo Infinite, I mean, you're gonna have some nostalgia for the franchise, but people are gonna play that game because they want to play that game. I hear it's much better now too.
But these things, they're all outside.
He's so excited about them.
They'll reflect the heat right back into the furnace.
I'm nostalgic for Halo 3, the glory days of being called slurs by a 14-year-old online. Well, we have Call of Duty for that now.
Trouble is, they're all watched over by their bigger, uglier cousins.
So you want me to visit some ruins?
Yeah, Switch collections usually end up being the best way to play stuff, especially nostalgic stuff. You know, older games that should run well on the Switch. And that's just the Switch. You know, if we talk about Switch 2, that's a whole different conversation.
There's one up Amber.
Yeah, Metroid Prime versus Halo was a debate back then. Obviously, Halo outsold Metroid Prime, but it was still a debate back then. And Metroid Prime still. I you know what I would actually say, Kia? I wonder how much better Metroid Prime would have done in that argument if there was a good multiplayer mode, right? It had a multiplayer mode, but it was kind of if you had a really fleshed out, because Halo 4-player just on its own console was a blast. We played hundreds of hours of that. And then there was a way to system link it where you can play it against multiple people. And in Halo 2, I think, had straight up online. Halo 3 definitely had straight up online. So do I want to do... I'm going to do these quests. Which one is this one? I want to go to Dravozd. Is that this one? No, that's there. There. I want to do the blacksmith quest. Remember Killzone, the Halo killer? No. I think I had one of those.
Still standing. For now, at least.
Played the Metro Prime Remaster, really made me think, man, I wish this game was about 20 more out. Yeah, I mean, Prime Remaster is just amazing. Kind of want Turok to make a comeback. I played the hell out of the first two games on the N64. Didn't they try to bring it back recently?
I spoke to Doris' scouts, and it turns out things are worse than I thought. There's swarms of them out there. Told old Snotty to be ready to seal the North Gate. That should buy us some time if we need it. Enough for the villagers to barricade themselves inside their homes, at least.
Well done.
Welcome back.
I mean, Killzone can't even kills one.
I never have guessed, you know. Not if August hadn't let slip. Who'd have thought that the savior of Dravozd would turn out to be the realm's most infamous outlaw? Keen to help us out again?
I am.
Thought you could sneak off without me, did you?
Blackthorn.
Oh, what are you doing here?
One of the scouts couldn't keep his voice down. Unlike my best mate who didn't think I deserved to know. Zoldan, how long's it been? Long enough for us two to turn into a pair of old codgers, I see.
That your idea of an apology? Prick.
Don't listen to him. You only did what you thought was best. For the village and...
Don't listen to him. That was a good apology.
I did.
Prick.
But that ain't the whole of it. Vulcan, our master, didn't leave the chiefdom to the two of us. He left it to me, the best blacksmith in Dravozd, barring himself, of course. Bloody stupid tradition, in my opinion. If someone's got talent, You should let them practice their craft, not ask them to settle petty feuds and barter for grain. Our master wasted half his life that way. I wasn't about to let that happen to me.
So you wasted half of mine instead.
I mean, you could have said no
What
too.
was needed. Under me and my precious ideals, this place.
You were a
was
good
lost
leader
here.
and a terrible
I left to
blacksmith.
devote
You were
myself to
perfect for
work
the
and
job.
spare you lot the consequences. I may be a selfish prick, but I only did what I felt I had to.
What you had to do
Red
was your
faction.
duty.
Even if it meant we all starved.
Enough. This is no time for bickering.
Only thing I remember about Red Faction was that you can throw remote explosives on the people, and they would run back to their friends to get help, and then you would blow them all up together.
Sorry, Clive. I shouldn't have stuck my nose in. Short enough on time as it is. Still, give us a mo, would you? I need to get my head straight before any of them Akashic try to bite it off.
All right. I can go fight things. Is there a closer warp point or something? What? Where am I going here? Is that where I'm going? No, that's wrong, right? Oh, why do I just have to talk to the guy again? What?
You, ready for the off then?
Oh, that always kind of throws me off.
We can't afford to waste any more time.
The Bouncer. I did. That was a day one purchase for me.
With the scouts, though.
That's a game, Shadow, that's a game I'm surprised has never seen any sort of a resurgence. There was never a remaster or anything. There was never a 2.
Akashic on the move.
How close are they?
Within
Hey,
sight
Dragon.
of the walls, and there are more coming up from the mines.
What was I saying about nasty surprises?
They'll wash right over us if we stay out in the open. We're pulling back behind the gates.
Good idea. Get yourselves inside, but keep your weapons handy.
Understood.
I'm prepared to fight if I have to.
Well, let's hope you don't. That's our job. Once the scouts are inside, order your men to barricade the gates. No heroic last stand.
Square likes to pretend the Bouncer doesn't exist, but how do you protect people? How do you stop people from getting in?
I've seen what Akashic beasts can do to armor.
Has that should be done to Bouncer? I don't know.
And willing,
That's a good question.
but they ain't equipped to face what's coming.
I'm going out there. Start work on the gate as soon as I've left. I'll give you as much time as I can.
And if they kill you?
You evacuate.
Speaking of PS2 games, you see more PS2 games are going to be added to the PS Store. Isn't there like the first PS2 game is going to be added to the PlayStation like extra tier, and it's Star Wars: The Clone Wars or something?
Give those things.
Yeah, SGB did not do the Bouncer. Oh, the Bouncer failed to meet on expectations. That's what. Okay, that was the problem. Got it. What the hell?
All right. Which one of you's first?
Okay. Oh wait, I have to remember how to play the game. Ah. Woo! Ah, damn it. I messed that up. So I wouldn't let the Bouncer bounce. Yeah, I don't know. That's... I feel like there's a good game there. Like, I feel like there's a good game that works for modern gaming right now. You know, you imagine you work as a bouncer and you can make your own creator character. It's a big sort of open world game where you can you go to different clubs and you get jobs, and I like there's so much you can do, I think, with Bouncer, just as a franchise and as a gameplay experience. Did the Bouncer have a demo? I don't think so, because it was wait, hold on. That was like a launch title game, so I'm on the wrong one. I was trying to use my impulse thing, and he wouldn't hold still long enough. I had to scratch my eye. The bouncer had nothing really to do with being a bouncer, though. But no, but you were. It was a beat 'em up game where you sort of were like that. I need to go back and play that game, to be honest with you. Oh, this is the boss. Here we go. Only thing I remember is fighting in the train and feeling like the bouncer was the only game style-wise that makes sense. I wonder if maybe my uncle owned it, and my 2-year-old brain at the time remembers only the train. I mean, the game really wasn't that long, so if the train was an area of the game that you were on for a long time, it would be the thing that you remember the most. My first PS2 games were The Bouncer, Dead or Alive 2, and I think I've said it before. Do you think you can guess? Do you can guess what? It was 3 games. Not air. No, SSX was no. Remember, you got to think launch titles. You got to think right around that window. Whoa. GT3. No, that was much later. That was much later. The third game was called Fantavision. It was the fireworks game. I bought the system and I bought 3 games, and those I think it was day 1, and those were the games. What? Ah, damn it. I don't know what that is. I should play it one day on stream. We never tried it on stream. Ow. Oh my god, that worked. Oh wait, I forgot about that. I forgot about this thing. Ah! Damn. That was my fault. No, it was the fireworks game. That was it. Ah, damn it. What about first PS4 games? I have Sonic 06. What was my first PS4? That's a good question. What was my first PS4 game that I bought? I have to look at them. I mean, the first thing I played on PS4 was Fortnite. Oh, damn it. Yeah, I'm trying to think of what my first PS4 game, like, actual PS4 game that I bought. Uh-oh. Oh my god. I'm looking at my PS4 games. What was the first PS4 game I bought? Wow, I actually don't know. I'm looking at my PS4 games. No. No. I legitimately don't know. I'm literally looking at my PS4 games. Wow, that's kind of weird. I genuinely don't know what my first PS4 game was. Isn't that wild? Yeah, but Fantavision was the fireworks game. It was like you link like fireworks shoot up, and then you link. You have to like grab them and link them together in order to do like chain combos and stuff. It was super interesting. I found it really, for that kind of puzzle game, I found it really fun.
As I could. He says.
Very
The old bleeding
first
lot
level, then
like
it becomes
it.
our friend,
Well,
who's a love interest, was kidnapped. Go save her, and then you're not kicking them
well,
out. Yeah, you're not kicking them out as a bouncer because they broke and you kidnapped someone. But yeah, but so like for that game, but as a premise, like as the premise of the world, you could turn that into a multiplayer game. You could turn that into a sort of pseudo open world game.
Let's get you back inside.
And Kia, it had good music, but that wasn't really it wasn't like good music the way a game like Amplitude was. It was or Frequency. It was good music that fit the story. Like it's like good music the way Tetris is a music game. You know what I mean? Not Tetris Effect, because that music's incredible. My first PS4 game was Final Fantasy 14. My first PS5 game was Final Fantasy 14. And my last PS3 game was Final Fantasy 14. Yeah. Wait, hold on, what'd you say? What was your last PS2 game? Yeah, Final Fantasy 11, right? Yeah, that's a damn good question. I'm looking at my games, and I don't remember what the first one was that I bought and said, yeah, this is for the PlayStation 4, and this is what I'm going to play. Because everything I'm looking at, I got later. Like, I remembered getting it later. Because I got my PS4 as my 40th birthday present, so it was 2018. Was it Monster Hunter World? What year was Monster Hunter World? See, but I didn't get that till... No, it can't be that. I didn't get that till much later. I didn't get Monster Hunter World until after, like, Iceborne was out. And everybody was already done playing it. The Bouncer 2 Roadhouse. Oh, brother.
Sid, you're even more fearsome than your reputation.
No, I don't have if you mean me, I don't have Metal Gear Solid 5. I have 4 on the PS3 and that's about it.
Things. But mostly,
No, I do have Metal Gear. No, I have Metal Gear Solid 5.
Dravos won't forget what you did.
Ground Zeroes.
I'm afraid I've only delayed the inevitable.
That's not the full game though, right?
There's no getting rid of that ether flood. Meaning that any living thing which stumbles into those mines will end up clawing at your walls again.
And that's if the flood don't spread. If it does, well, I hate to say it, but the village's days are numbered.
That may be, but
Glorified demo, yes. Okay, I have that. That's about it.
with ether floods springing up all over, it's no less safe than anywhere, and more importantly, it's our home. We'll fortify the gates to the north, and I'll see that they're guarded day and night.
Yeah, Phantom Pain is the full game.
Then we'll give you a hand shoring up those defenses.
Do I have that on Xbox?
As for you, Blackthorn, that's twice you've turned up when Dravos needed you. So, thanks.
I shouldn't have stayed away so long.
My brain hurts from the
And I
desync.
shouldn't have left
Wait,
without talking it over with you first.
this desync or Metal Gear? You mean?
You're right, you shouldn't.
I hate that we didn't get Metal Gear H Gen. Well, for Metal Gear Solid 1 on PS1, 2 on PS2, then 3 on PS2, 4 on
You
PS3,
even gave me the perfect
5.
excuse
Oh,
to
they
beat
kind of
you.
like skewed it. I see what you mean.
And from that day on, I never once stopped to wonder what it would have been like if you'd stayed. But what you said
We need Metal Gear Solid 6 on PS5. Yeah, hurry up.
you'd have been the death of this place.
Finally, something we can agree on.
Here, no, wait for the PS6 and get them back in line.
You kept this place alive.
Alive, perhaps. Wealthy even, but Dravos isn't what it once was.
Wealthy, you
Our
say?
work used to be the pride of Dalmekia. Now, we churn out the same rubbish day after day because it's easy and turns a profit.
He sounds like
Anymore.
big time streamer.
I wouldn't send my sons to
I like to
work
play
if shit
different
was
games,
the most
but now I have to
nostalgic.
play Call of Duty all
I've been
day.
working, honing my skills, trying to lead by example, but no one sees the point. The average castle apprentice has as much passion for the craft as our current lot. Come back to us, Blackthorn. Remind Dravos what a true master blacksmith looks
Come
like.
on, make out.
I'll even man those bellows of yours if it means we can work at the same forge again.
There's no way that's not meant to be that way. Come on.
Kinder than I deserve.
Damn it, Blackthorn. Let him man your bellows.
I'm needed elsewhere. There's people who trust their lives to my steel, and I daren't let them down.
Fair enough.
But that doesn't mean I couldn't
Sorry,
visit
man,
from time to
please.
time.
The devs in the
Let's see if we
potion.
can't reach
Oh,
the
I saw that. We didn't really talk about that.
Just be
Smith
sure to
Riz.
tell Snotty to let me in the next time I come calling, yeah?
Yeah, what was that about the potion maker
He'd let you
dev?
in.
Like made a comment about how like he made lewd content and that's what got attention for the game. I mean, it works,
Master
right?
Smith turned outlaw. Back in my good graces.
What was that anime that had the it had like the hentai scene or something?
I'd say that went pretty well, wouldn't you?
Even better than I'd hoped.
Sid, I've got something for you.
I'm here to man your bellows. No, most of the anime. No, there was either that or it was the other way around. It was a hentai that had like a crazy action sequence.
Token of lasting gratitude.
It's a pin so that we know that you're okay here.
To make you a far grander.
Oh, talking about the potion girl. Oh, in this game. Oh, I thought you were talking about that, like a potion maker girl or gamer or something.
Now hold on, Zoltan. There's a reason no one's made that blade in centuries. There's not been a craftsman equal to the task. I'll admit your cinders make impressive steel, and I've learned to own an edge Odin will be proud of.
Well, then it seems like the both of you need to work together. Listen, I've seen other blacksmiths do this before.
And they're not just for show, either.
Have you forgotten?
Later, Aram, have a good one. Thank you for stopping in.
First place. A certain ring. I knew I'd never surpass you with the hammer and tongs.
Ronan, because the game that I'm thinking of is like the potion maker or something.
I'd say we're the equal of any master craftsman ever to have graced a forge.
And there's a character, like I guess she's the main character from the game is a female that the dev did like lewd artwork for. And there was a meme going around like, how did you get people to pay attention to your game or something? And somebody said like, I made a lewd scene and like a lewd meme or something. Apothecary Diaries, thank you. That's what it was. There is a game called Potion Maker or something, but was it Apothecary Diaries? Lube scene? I mean, probably. No, Apothecary Diaries is an anime. Wait. I'm getting all confused. Hold on. I'm trying to play the game and I'm trying to listen to everything, but I'm also trying to have a conversation. Yeah, I was going to say Stellar Blade. Game. Potion. Maker? It's not Potion Craft. No, it's not Potion Maker. I don't know. Yeah, you said Potion. You meant Potion Girl in the game, and I to be honest, I'm not sure if I remember who you're talking about.
The man himself.
We were just about to make a start on that sword I promised you.
It's funny, but none of this would have been possible without your help.
I like this. The screen will go black.
Remember Camille? We'll be using his
and the light will come back, and it's like, oh yeah, we're finished the sword.
Will be tempered in a fire, burning the cinders you charmed out of old Zoltan here. And that whetstone from the Outer Isles, that'll be what gives the blade its edge. And the final flourish will be my talented colleagues' engraving.
Oh, that's what you mean? That little girl that just is there all of a sudden?
Now, save that talk till the thing's finished, yeah? Right. I'm ready if you are.
To the bellows it is then.
Yeah, fading to black is a montage of all time. Or maybe we get a sword. Do we get a sword making montage, or do we just get some? We just get some sounds. It's all done. Talking about the girl selling, she pops up over and over. Nothing really comes of it. She pops up everywhere. Yeah, she was in the desert after the time skip. She ends in the capital. Yeah. We talked about her before. I don't really know what else to think of her. Like, I don't know if she's a cool. I don't know if she's like a special thing in the game, or if I'm supposed to be paying attention to her or not. But then if I asked if I'm supposed to be paying attention, it won't be a surprise when something happens. You get sword making ASMR. This is like Forged in Fire without the drama.
Thank you.
This sword will kill.
So, does this make you pair the greatest craftsman alive then?
This? Nah. This was just following the footsteps of the greats of old. It'll take more than that to earn us our place in history. But we're up for the challenge.
Well, to be fair, if I go and save the world
A list of materials.
with this sword,
Zoltan,
you'll go down in history as the ones who made it.
We reckon with those items there, we could craft something even better than the Ragnarok. Something worthy
This
of a
sword
legendary
will
outlaw
kill.
like yourself.
That's a weapon I'd like to see. You leave this list with me.
I was hoping you'd say that.
One legend at a time, eh, lads? Before you start on the next, who fancies raising a cup to friendship reforged?
Good idea.
We can create Ragnarok online.
It's about time I had something to celebrate.
Then tap the kegs! Vulcan's boys are on their way!
No, see, that's nice. They made up. That's fantastic. You're gonna do any more multi-part quests because several characters have end game quests that need some setup. Are you gonna aim? I'll probably just aim for the end. Goter Damerung design draft and Ragnarok. Apparently, anything about Norse mythology show Ragnarok just sounds like a rock star to me. Ragnarok was is the end of the world.
Don't tell me we've run out of awfully thin these days.
All right, so
Farmers are abandoning
I guess we can go. The goddamn it rung. So we can go to. So the one. So this is a single quest. It's also the ship from Final Fantasy. Is it? Is that the ship from Final Fantasy VIII?
Sell anything today?
No. Trying to finish ASAP with to do this quest. I mean, finishing ASAP is my responsibility to actually play the damn game, but.
Might I interest you in some swansdown? Perhaps some seersucker or herringbone?
Swan's down. It's Phoenix or nothing.
Already paid for in full.
Apologies, my
3
lord.
5-minute quests aren't going to make
Your
much impact.
items aren't here.
I mean,
They
let's
were due to
assume.
arrive on a caravan from
Let's assume they're 5-minute quests for me.
Traffic on the road these past few days. My mother thinks it might be bandits, but she always thinks it's bandits.
Bear in mind, I also don't know how much of the game is left. Like, I know we have one other thing, but
Yes.
for all I know, that's
Carrying all manner
one
of
sort of
spice and
dungeon
sundries.
and then a boss.
Wait, you aren't thinking of?
Going to find it. That's exactly what I'm thinking.
Yeah, the quest in reality is like. Oh, it was. The quest in reality is like 2 minutes.
Be safe.
Okay. Oh wait, where's your potion vendor? I gotta stock up. Right? You have a potion vendor, don't you? Okay.
half a book.
Ah, there we go.
Pressing, let alone eating.
Was that shouting?
The hell is call?
Minions all but
Do you see anything you like?
Sure. Oh wait, I have to equip that sword, huh? Nope, nope.
An excellent choice.
All right, we're good. I didn't sell them by accident. Okay.
Come back again.
Atelier. I thought Ragnarok was a boss in WoW. Ragnaros. Yeah, it was Ragnaros. Yeah, and that was the boss of Firelands. Right, Ragnarok. Wow, it's so much stronger. I guess I can't power it up, huh? It's so much stronger. Oh, was Ragnaros the boss of Molten Core? Who was the... No, Ragnaros was the boss of Molten Core. Who was the boss of Firelands? It wasn't Ragnaros, right? Was it Ragnaros? Now you got me thinking. Can you look it up? Who was the boss in Firelands? It was Rag also, right? Yeah, Ragnaros, like, yeah, it was like a different... Because Molten Core was earlier. And Firelands, I'm thinking... The Firelands I'm thinking of is... Cataclysm? I think you use it to make the Goter Damerung, which is the strongest weapon in the base game. Cut of a different cloth as the starter quest. Oh, the other two quests unlock when you get the final quest, which the game makes super obvious. All right, so I'm going... Where am I going? I'm going that way. Any benefits giving what we know about how you play and making sure you don't miss the good ones. Realistically, you probably see the problem though is the whole like missing the good ones or missing anything. That's if I were playing on my own, I'd be doing a lot more. I you know, for as much as I say that, as much as I say like, oh, I don't really do the side quests or anything. If I was playing on my own, like it's not like when I played Breath of the Wild or Tears of the Kingdom, I raced to the finish line. I had like hundreds of hours in those games. I think I had like 200 hours, maybe more. No, I probably a little bit less than 200 hours when I beat Tears of the Kingdom. Like on my own, I do tend to do stuff a bit more explorative.
That damn bird's a menace.
Plus, I have more time. That's the thing is, you know, Saturdays and Sundays especially, I'm gonna like. That's why I say I would have beaten this game a long time ago. Because Saturdays and Sundays or after stream during the week, I would spend the whole time playing it.
Is there something
One of our instances bugged out one time in Molten Core, and we bugged into the opposite faction's raid and killed the. Ooh. Well, you play on Executor. You play on PvP servers.
But it was you who stepped into my path.
Only after that feather-brained trample.
Hey, wait. Why do I recognize this guy? Do we know him?
Demand recompense, be it in coin or the items you carry. Refuse, and I shall report you to the garrison and see you hanged.
Always have. I always played on PvE servers. I don't really like. I don't like standing PvE.
Would you?
I am, but
Set request as unique marker. Oh, the chest icon. So it's more likely to draw your attention. Lilac. Ironically, it's more likely for me to avoid it because the chest icons are all. They've all been crap for my room, so I usually avoid those.
We'll be the ones taking it. Oi, killer! It's time to collect.
I told you not to call me that. And
The
we'd have
hell?
already collected if you hadn't insisted we'd put on this little act.
bandits.
As I told one of your customers, it usually is. Let's get this over with.
Okay.
I'll deal with the bird lover. You take the handsome one, killer.
Stop.
Oh, he called me the handsome one.
calling me that.
Oh my god. Oh wait, I forgot the other one. Oh no, wait! I definitely didn't do that. Oh, what? Oh, I'm on the wrong one. I should have done that. He thinks I'm handsome. Nice. Hey, Turgle. They called you handsome. Hey, without any spoilers, without saying anything, what'd you think of X-Men 97?
All right. You made your point. Killer my ass.
Wait a minute, I'm not just gonna let you run. Wait, what?
No, thankfully. He seemed intent on letting the bandit do his dirty work for him, and he would have succeeded had the great lender not sent you. My shipment is safe, and my livelihood with it. You must allow me to reward you.
We can speak of that once you're safe in Northreach. I'll accompany you there.
He gets a number out of 100 for me. Now I'm worried given the creators left the team after... Oh, they did? I didn't know that. That's not good. I'm kind of bittersweet on the way it ended. That charge Shiva ability
So you and my mother were right.
you keep using won't do the full damage it's supposed to,
bandits.
considering it's meant for smaller enemies to get past. Well, that's my problem, Ronan, is that I didn't do another build for single target. fights, and I need to do that.
Appointment at the Vale before my return to Boklad.
Yeah, that my whole setup is about mobs, and I'm not really set up to single target fight, which I should be.
I almost forgot. I suppose you'll be wanting your linen. You'll be happy to know both bolts arrived safely along with the rest
he
of the
just walk
delivery.
away afterwards.
I've
Yeah,
also added
that's
a
so
few
weird.
extra lengths of our
He just
finest
and it was that he
bundle.
sauntered. Like if he got away while I was fighting, that would have made more sense. But I was standing there, and he's like, "Oh man, my scheme didn't work," and he walked away.
It's the least we can do for the man who saved our shipment.
All I know about spoilers, all I know about the spoilers people posted on Twitter for X-Men 97. Yeah, I mean, that's kind of a shame that that's happening. I follow people who are like comic book fans and comic book content creators, and the day after the morning after the episode airs, they have spoiler thumbnails, and it's just like, what are you doing? Why are you doing that? You know, I would understand if other people did that, and it would be, oh, well, they don't understand why it's important for people. But you're a comic book creator. Yeah, I'm getting it the day of. You're a comic book content creator. You're an entertainment content creator. Why are you spoiling that for people? That's so frustrating that happens. And I don't know why, like X-Men 97, it's always specific ones, but like X-Men 97 for some reason, it's just like I've been seeing spoilers about it the entire time. Hold on, give me a minute. Let me run to the restroom, and I will be right back. I can't believe Goku and Vegeta joined the X-Men. Most spoilers to Star Wars cameos, with this one in particular that essentially spoiled an entirely different show. If you know, you know. Spoilers on the internet? Yeah, I don't know. It's just kind of strange to me that with this culture that we have where people don't want to be spoiled with things, that people are just like, yeah, it's fine, just spoil whatever.
The garrison salvaged what they could from all.
Oh,
that green one.
Travel to Hortense. Speaking of comics, did you see the discourse this morning about the Supergirl picture? No.
Clive, sorry again for
Apparently I did a good job of avoiding a lot of crap this morning.
Don't worry. I have it. I believe this will more than satisfy your needs.
I mean, is that without looking at, because it looks like there's a community note. Here's what I'm going to ask. Here's what I'm gonna ask, Lilac, and there's probably an answer. Yes, Ronan. That's exact, and I'm guessing that's exactly what it is. I legitimately looked at that, and my first thought was, "Is that AI?" This is not AI art. This is an original piece by Will Jack. I mean, that's a built-in joke right there. I don't even have to. Do I even have to make that joke about an attractive Supergirl image by a guy named Will Jack? Do I need to make that joke?
Goldwork. Krieger's ghost. If that devil of a draper expects me to pay for these.
You needn't worry on that score, Hortense. They were a gift. For services rendered. I can always return them if you like.
Oh no.
It's a great picture, by
by
the way.
Hasty now, Clive. I'm sure I can put all three to good use. Speaking of which one's most to your liking?
I don't know.
What? What's happening? Ooh, wait a minute. Which cloth is most to my liking? See, like black embroidered sounds like it fits him. Red kind of goes with, he's got the red thing going. White continental silk. I'm not going silk. I mean, black embroidered linen just kind of sounds decent. Let's go lush. I'm gonna say lush velvet.
This one, I suppose.
I've a mind to give a piece to Jill. Did you know she's quite the little seamstress?
I know needlecraft was amongst her lessons at the castle.
Her lessons? Oh, that's right. The two of you were raised together in Rosalith, weren't you?
What is this for? Oh, I have no idea.
When my father put down the uprising in the Northern Territories, Jill was taken as a ward to ensure that her father, the Silvermane, would keep the peace.
She's an honest-to-goodness princess then, isn't she? I could tell, you know. Some people just have that air about them. Not many round here, mind. I'd offered to sew her something that might better suit her station. But she'd most likely turn me down, as she always does. Tell me not to waste the fabric when it's better used on the children.
Don't take it the wrong way. She certainly seems to be attached to the last outfit you made her.
Oh, sometimes I think she never takes it off.
Is that a dig because I don't change her clothes?
Perhaps she'll make something for herself with your gift. Either way, I'm sure she won't turn it down.
God, unfortunately, is the main one that a lot of the AI generates steal from, which is why so much of their images look like that. It's not AI, but it was a popular picture that ended up as the basis for AI, is what I got out of the discourse. Do you know how sad it is to clarify? It looks like AI art because the artist's art was stolen to train a lot of the art AI tools, and that's kind of the problem. That's kind of a fundamental issue.
Give us our dresses soon. Said they'd be made of linen.
It's gonna be like Tifa's dress in 7 Rings. That's what I was kind of hoping. Probably hot take. 90s Marvel heroes. TAS shows I liked Hulk. TAS. Yeah, for some later quests. Notice how we always wear the same clothes. All right, so I need to do this other thing, right? Whatever this is. The link above is the full comic cover. Let me see this here. This is it? Okay, yeah. Yeah, it looks fantastic. What a great cover that is. But yeah, it looks like AI. See, here's the problem. It looks like AI, but... yeah, it's faster. Go this way. And like you say, oh, okay, well that's because AI was trained off of an image like that. But there's tons of images that look like that have that sort of AI appearance to them, the way that one does. I think so. I think there's a lot. I think whenever I see like an anime girl image colored a certain way, I immediately think it looks AI, and most of them are.
Damn it!
Like here's what I should probably say. Wait, what's happening here? Hold on. Why is that happening? Is this not a place I'm supposed to be able to go? I forgot what I was gonna say. Hold on. I lost my train of thought. Oh, like it is kind of weird. It's kind of funny that that's a problem that's coming up. But you can understand, right? Like when I looked at that image, that was my first thought was, oh my God, that looks like AI generated. Like we can accept why we think that. Like that doesn't seem unreasonable to look at that and think AI generated. People were asking if it was AI screaming, and they should be ashamed. Yeah, see that's the problem, is that you should be asking and not just automatically assuming. Whoa. Oh, look at that. Later, Nephiloid, have a good one. You should definitely be asking, but there is also this sort of like, do you think they'll be honest about it? Do you think that they'll say, like, if they weren't going to lie, they wouldn't have done it in the first place, sort of thing. But yeah, people should have definitely asked, especially since it's not like we're talking about some random group of people. This is a large company. Wait. Give him how many boats. It's easy to spot AI, as proving it's not easy. The real issue is how we've come full circle. It's just stolen artists being accused of. And we've seen that before. There was a story years back about how, what was it? I think it was the whole thing about like Family Guy. I think it was Family Guy that got accused. Like they got flagged on YouTube or something for a clip, but no, it was. I don't think it was. It might have been Family Guy, but like Jimmy Kimmel on the Jimmy Kimmel show, they showed a clip of the show, and then the original, like I think it was the Family Guy YouTube channel, got a strike against it because they got flagged for their clip from ABC, who said that they were using a clip from the Jimmy Kimmel show. I think that was the situation. Yeah, I forget exactly what it was, but yeah, I mean we've got that. This is part of the problem. The part of the we're getting to the point where there's a danger in there being too much confusion about who actually made something. You know, AI sucks. AI generated artwork sucks, but at least for the most part you can tell. Did you see I think it was John Cartwright. He uploaded a YouTube video and it asked him if there were any AI elements in it, and it had like a 3-question questionnaire about whether or not there were elements in the video that were fake. Like, was there any AI artwork? Were there any stories? Was anything made to misrepresent a story? I was like, that's actually really interesting. Regardless, because there's been AI image users claim they were real art, and you can use sites to check image sources, which gives a likelihood of AI. I mean, can't you just move images to like a Google search, and then it'll give you like all the same images online. So like if you, I mean, that probably won't help as much, but it only shows it more that those saying AI would never catch up were ignorant. I mean, yeah, that's the biggest issue about the AI problem is that, you know, a year ago, you had the Will Smith eating spaghetti, like a year or two ago, and it's like Will Smith eating spaghetti, and people are like, this is what everybody's worried about, and it's like, you know, it's gonna get better though, right? You know that it's not gonna look like that forever. And here we are a year and a half later, and we're having a very significant problem. Okay. Oh yeah, one of these. I was able to make 500 out of the funds for the current situation, so now I got VGA and AC cables for my second monitors, and we're thinking of getting coolers because we're at the hundreds, oh my god, in this house on the daily. But we already got supplies for this weekend to work all out. Very good, very good. Hey, Koss, where is the? Oh, there.
These ones first.
Ow! Okay, I can't see the other thing, but I need to kill this guy. Okay. Damn it. Right here. Okay, is that what we need? There we go. This rapper, I think it was, people have used AI to fully and near seamlessly replace him, to have other people, game characters, and all sorts in his place. Yeah, I mean, that's, you know, that's kind of, it's something that I kind of mentioned was, like, for the negative implications and for the negative aspect of what it will do to the industry, I don't want this to happen. But out of pure curiosity, it does kind of make me curious about how far, like, what could you do with a completely generated movie, for instance, right? Let's say you were able to completely generate an AI scripted movie. What would that look like? And it's like, you don't want to do that. You don't want to create that sort of precedent. But there is a sort of fascination to it where you think, wow, what exactly would, how far along is it that, like, what kind of product would you get? It would be an interesting, like, curiosity of how far along all of this is by seeing what kind of product you would make from that. Where am I going? Going that way. Here, this way. People more likely misuse it. We discussed this concern when AI was newish. Yeah, like, we knew, but it's just like nobody thought it was going to be. I think when people, I think when people first talked about AI and they talked about the concerns of it, I don't think anybody realized it was going to be this bad this fast.
Good girl.
There was the AI movie. Oh yeah. Okay, so there was something like that. Companies now don't bring it up. They use AI art until someone points it out. Yeah, they try to see how far away they can get, and that's why the whole thing about like the Supergirl image. Sure, there's a problem with that as far as people don't realize where it came from. They didn't do their research, but you also can't you can't blame them for calling out the companies, because if you don't, then what will they get away with? You have to say something. You should do your research, but you do have to say something. But even recently, artists were trying to argue AI would never catch up. But their argument went from Will Smith spaghetti to more technical issues like lighting not making sense, which are things only in actual art. Yeah, I mean, you see that all the time, where you see like movie mistakes and stuff. And the reality is, there is a point in media creation where people just don't pay attention. They're not going to see it. Like, the lighting is really off in that sequence. The average consumer probably doesn't see that, though.
Be safe.
Go and watch any compilation of movie mistakes, and sometimes they're not even noticeable. And you notice them and they feel blatant when you see them, when they're pointed out to you, but you don't really notice them at any other point. Hold on. Still in the stage of AI giving humanoids 6 and 7 fingers. But again, if they're giving them 6 and 7 fingers when their arms are crossed and you happen to notice there's an extra pinky or something, that could easily... We've had, before AI, we've had moments where that sort of thing gets past all of the checks that are in place, and the movie makes it out with that sort of mistake. So we're already there, and then people don't notice it until later. There was, I was watching a like errors compilation some time back. The Battlefield movie. Not Battlefield, what's the board game? I don't know. Wait, hold on. Battleship, sorry. Hold on. There was like a huge mistake in that movie with one of the ships. Like, one of the sequences had a big problem with one of the ships. And it's like, yeah, but nobody noticed it. I like that movie. I actually think that movie's a lot of fun. I can't. This camera angle is really bad. Yeah, I like that movie. But yeah, I mean, we've seen that. We've seen tons. So the idea of like, oh, AI is going to make these little mistakes when they do things. But movie making and TV show making has always had mistakes. There's always been errors, continuity stuff. Something's broken in one scene and then it's fixed in the next. That's always been the case. So you can't really use that. You can't really say AI sucks because every once in a while it gives a character 6 fingers. Every once in a while, a giant thing breaks in a movie. A piece of huge windows break in a movie, and then in the next scene they're fine. Oh wait, I think that's the wrong one. Oh no, wait, this is right. Right? Yeah, that's fine. More enjoyable than the bottle ship? I don't know about that. I think the bottle ship was more interesting. Didn't we crash that though? I thought we crashed the bottle ship. Hold on. Almost saying they start making mistaking artists for AI. That's when then we'll start the discourse dying, because now they'll be shown as people who don't research and want clout on artists. It happens when it becomes a standard answer where you didn't complain. I mean, that's always sort of the case, though. Yeah, people can't just keep accusing people right on front. They're going to need to be more selective. They're going to need to understand. They're going to need to understand what it is they're looking for. Which, to their credit, to a lot of people's credit, again, I looked at that image, and yes, that was my first thought. Is that an AI generated image? At the very least, I understood what the situation was. Like, you said that there was a problem with that picture. I looked at the picture and immediately said, that picture looks AI generated. That's the problem. So the issue is going to eventually be, what happens when that's not enough of a sign? What happens when that's not enough of an issue to say, all right, this is AI generated, but how do we know? Or this is not AI generated, but how do we know? In Avengers Endgame, when Ant-Man is carrying the gauntlet and driving the truck, Ant-Man is also in giant form fighting one of the giant alien ships behind the van. Yeah, and you didn't need AI to make that mistake. It was just there.
Get surrounded.
Wow, that blizzard thing that pulls them in close, that thing recharges really fast. Wow, that thing really does recharge fast. Oh, wait, I want that. There we go.
That's all of them.
Okay.
No one can uncross his toes now.
Uncross his toes? What? Wait. Stop. Doo-doo.
Ah, Sid. Wasn't expecting you back so soon. So, is it good news or bad?
I don't know if I'm supposed to find this guy weird.
Good, thankfully. Yeah.
That's brilliant. Thanks a blimmin' million. I'll fit him to the smelter right away.
I feel that's going to be a problem because we're going to need to be 100% sure. I think we run higher risk by complaining about everything. Oh, absolutely. Than just to complain when we know for sure our complaint has foundation. But then the problem then, AGM, becomes what's the percentage, right? Are we supposed to say something? Are we not supposed to say anything unless we're 100% sure? Or can we say there are some discrepancies here? I would like to raise a flag. And I think more investigation should be done, because then you're going to get the people who say, well, you're just, you're just hating, or you're just complaining, or you're looking for something to be wrong. We see it now. We see it all the time now. But yeah, it does start to turn into that problem of, are you not supposed to say anything until you're 100% sure? But then how can you be 100% sure if you're not allowed to ask questions first? That's why the problem there is with this Supergirl thing is that it doesn't sound like people asked. It sounds like they said, how dare you? And I don't think that they're wrong for asking. But then, yeah, I have concerns that this is AI generated. No, this is a cover from years ago that it was done by an original artist. Okay. There you go. We're good. That was all I needed. All I needed was for you to verify that we were okay here.
The spirit. You'll love it. I promise.
Yeah, don't ruin the fun for others. Just looking for something to be mad. It's like, no, I'm just trying to verify. I'm trying to make sure that somebody's not getting away with something because we didn't ask. Because then when it comes out years later that, oh no, that was AI generated. It's like, well, how did they get away with it? Because we didn't ask.
Shh, don't mention it. You earned it.
You gotta keep companies accountable. You got to let them know
To use this for it around the hideaway.
properly. You got to make sure that they understand that you are keeping an eye out for them, and you're not going to let them get away with a bunch of stuff. The problem is you also, if you're going to do that, you have a responsibility to do it responsibly, which is to do your own research, which is to understand what's going on and how. Like a simple, I feel like a simple internet search would have shown you that that's a cover from a while back.
They'll hardly believe their eyes, I'm sure.
It's kind of it's toned down the wording when addressing things online and actually ask instead of accusing, which we see daily. It's happening a lot. It happens all the time. Oh wait, I can hold more potions. Inventory maximized. People don't like verification though too. When presented with that info, they demand proof of the cover, then claim that maybe the cover was AI. So then the show, yeah, I mean. And like at some point, it's like, okay, at some point you're just choosing not to believe. You don't want to believe it, and that's it. And you're right, yeah. At some point it's going to be like, all right, but there's nothing I can say that's going to appease you. That's when you start to say, all right, well now I know you're just looking for something to be mad about. Yeah. Time to buy potions. Yeah, I gotta pick up a few more potions. Hold on. Yeah, at some point we can just admit I have trust issues. Hold on. Let me go back and buy potions. I'll be right back. Yeah, I don't think it should be too rude to ask for verification, clarification. It's not. But it is rude when you say, this looks like AI, how dare you? Because then you didn't ask for clarification and verification. You said, I'm accusing you of doing something wrong. You didn't actually ask. That's the problem. That's sort of what we're saying.
Let's stock up one.
Okay.
You'll not find a better price than that. It'd better all be here. You'll not find a better price than that.
Oh, wait, what? Last elixir? Has this been here the whole time, or did I just get this with... Did I get that with that last upgrade, or has that been there the whole time and I just haven't had one? Oh, remember earlier? Remember way, way, way back in the day when we started playing this game and we were asking, like, wow, these scroll things cost a lot of money. I think it's because you don't really spend a lot of money.
Come again. Oh, don't. The stews these days.
Many moons ago. In the days before the eclipse.
What do you want?
In the days before the eclipse, we asked. Okay, so I don't have that. Yeah, literally before the eclipse. Okay, so I don't have any. I mean, that's like 4. I don't really care about that. Make the ice brand. Make the ice brand. Why? Well, I guess because I have. Yeah, I guess so.
Not bad, if I do say so myself.
Don't equip it. And check this thing. Orichalcum, Dark Steel, So 2 of them are from hunts, 3 of them technically, and then Orichalcum, I guess you just get somewhere. Section. So anything. I'm reading your thingies. All right, I just have to kind of. It's a lot, so I'm trying to play, but then also I get. Getting paragraphs here. Last elixir is a full restore. If you die, you have to equip it. Oh, I have to equip it? What do you mean I have to equip it? There's a slot to equip potions? Oh, you mean just on the wheel? I thought it said automatically. Onion sword. What? Gear and icons. Item. Okay, that thing. So but I have to. It's not something I use, but I have to have it equipped. Item is unavailable. I don't think I don't think it's gonna let me equip it. I think it just uses it. It said automatically. Yeah, upon KO, automatically restores all. I don't have to equip this. Yeah, so we're good. I also had to set the potion. Oh yeah, you're right. You know what? Yeah, I really should just set the elixir. Oh, it's trying to use the item. Hold on. I'm doing that wrong. Add to shortcuts? I'm confused. It says automatically. Yeah, Ryan, I haven't really used it. We also figured out that you can use the tonics from the menu. So like in the middle of a fight, I can pause and go use the tonic, and it works. Let's try to do a bunch of hunts. You have the best sword for the rest of the game. Yeah, do I have to have this equipped? This seems kind of counterintuitive that I would have to have this equipped. I'm gonna put this on. I'm not gonna put that on. And if it doesn't work automatically, just tonics had a rough translation to 3D. You have to add it to your shortcuts for the last elixir to work. That's so strange. 5 hunts, level 2 level 50s, 2 level 45s, and a few level. Yeah, see, that's a lot. I'm not gonna do that. That's something I would do later. That's something I would do off stream.
I'll still say it were a compliment.
Like if I wasn't streaming the game, I would do that then. Besides armor, you won't be using the blacksmith. Another thing you won't spend money on.
Say it all you like. Ah, Clive. I was wondering when you'd arrive. Please tell me you've come to take our young prodigy here off my hands.
I'm not here for Mid. I need information on Ash.
Then why not ask Molly if you can look in one of her ovens? Go on.
Yeah, she made an ugly face there.
As soon as the Enterprise is ready, we'll be setting out for Drake's Spine. And we're going to need a safe place to land.
Preferably one that won't see my ship blown to shit and splinters.
If it were that easy, do you think Waloed would have resisted invasion for so long? Very little is known of Ash, and the information we do have is spotty and outdated.
Oh wait, Ash is a place. I'm used to it being a person.
Waloed's borders have been closed to outsiders since the day he seized the throne.
They're a favorite X-Men member.
If there is anywhere safe to land, you won't find it on my map.
Then tell us what we will find.
Yeah, Wolverine's kind of interesting.
I'm sure you know better than we do.
But no splinters.
All right.
Storm's all right.
Will get you out of my hair.
I do like Rogue. I find Rogue kind of fascinating, and you know,
understood.
Old Rogue had the booty. Yeah, I don't know. I don't think so. I never really like.
Barnabas Thom.
I liked you know what I liked, but you don't really see her much. Psylocke. So I was a Psylocke fan.
Kingdom of Waloed. Barnabas was only a
favorite
boy when
mutant.
He arrived from beyond the southern seas, and barely a man before he united the ragged tribes of Ash. And having unleashed them upon the formidable Veldemark, he set his throne upon the ancient
Hold on. Let me pay attention to this.
ruins.
I've been missing too much of this.
Waves around Valisthea. Tales of Odin's might spreading through every court, parlor, and drinking hole in the realm. Note that this was in the year 843, and that the king still sits upon his throne some 40 years later, quite untouched by time. Waloed's recent inaction left many wondering if Odin had lost his appetite for war. And yet here we are. The Einherjar was committed to the fray, a bold declaration of intent. Orcs swarm
Oh
around
yeah,
Drake's
Odin,
Fire
Einherjar.
and
Okay.
throngs of Akashic haunt canvas streets. Though how precisely the havoc they wreak serves Waloed remains unclear. Regardless, if the order to attack truly came from King Barnabas, then one thing is certain. Waloed has achieved the impossible and made bedfellows of beastmen and the ether-addled alike. All of which is a roundabout way of saying that you will be in unknown territory when you set foot on Ash.
I mean, we could have just started
Much
there.
of the continent has already been lost to the Blight, and what few ports remain will be fiercely guarded. And that is to say naught of its natural defenses. Offshore currents will cast an ill-equipped ship out to sea one moment, and dash it against the rocks the next. But then the Enterprise is anything but ill-equipped. And Mid has made land there before. Now, if only there were someone with an
I mean, this is like
intimate
worst
knowledge of the
possible
Shadow
conditions.
Coast,
Just say that.
a daring gentleman might put ashore.
Pretty much everything that can be wrong about this place is wrong. Favorite mutant, Leela from Futurama.
Do you think you can get us back to that beach, Mid?
Picked you up from it, didn't I? Not that it were easy. The currents were a right bastard. But then...
I'm from
it
Game of
wasn't
Thrones.
hard.
It's pretty
It wouldn't
popular
be
here in
worth
New
doing,
Orleans.
would it?
Well said. Thank you, Lady Vivian.
If a few
Did you
morsels
ask me?
of common knowledge and a sprinkling of tavern talk are worthy of your thanks,
Yeah, just say this is World
I
8-4.
wonder what genuine intelligence might earn me.
Probably more visits. Mid, I need everyone in the ale hall now. I'll fetch Joshua.
Let's get
from the
hammered.
shelves.
Aye, aye, Captain.
Okay. Well, I know that line from somewhere. Like some of they're asking for a description and then I don't know why I feel like it's Owen Wilson of all people, but I remember a line like that where someone was describing everything and then the person says just say worst possible scenario. I don't remember what it was though. TMNT is false advertising. If you go by Marvel logic, they wouldn't be mutant turtles. They'd be mutates. Yeah, they'd technically be mutated. It's like they go to here to ask where to land. Sticking really info dumb. Only be like, just land where you and Jill ended up. Why didn't they suggest that in the first place? Because time had passed. Because didn't they say that before? And they said that they're gonna need like up-to-date information. I thought they did actually address that.
To assume otherwise.
Well then, Clive, you must listen to this. Lawsman, tell him.
Do you recall when we spoke before on the divinity of Ultima? Well, it inspired me to delve deeper into the subject. And what I discovered appears to agree with the findings of His Grace.
You will recall that my quest to uncover Ultima's origins began with the mural at Phoenix Gate. But while I've always known it to be important, its secrets have heretofore eluded me. Now, however, I believe I know where to find the more complete example. One that will reveal all we see.
Is there a bigger mural
Master
somewhere?
Clive, have you ever in your travels chanced to hear of the Circle of Malleus? I would think not, if you have.
Oh, I was
But
going
there
to say
once a
yes,
time
but you
when
just
the faith
interrupted me.
flourished, the oldest known religion in the Twins, and though its popularity eventually waned on Storm, hints of its dogma remain embedded in more modern faiths such as the Crystalline Orthodox.
Wait, you said it waned on Storm. What of Ash?
Religious monuments are often torn down or repurposed when new faiths rise to prominence. But if no new faith arose, then perhaps the ancient temples might still stand. And so, you see now why I must accompany you to Waloed.
It would appear the past still has much to teach us, though in this case, it would not have been possible without the musings of Moss.
From the IT crowd?
To think that you carried a copy of my old mentor's chronicles all along.
I am relieved to discover it in good hands.
I shall guard it with my life.
I like Usagi Yojimbo better. I mean, he was definitely, he's not a mutate either, right?
I need to speak to everyone before we leave.
Right away.
This is days after Jill and Clive washed up, and they know how to get back there. So they'll go, where should we land? Well, maybe there was a better place to land. They went to where they landed the first time because they had to, but maybe there's a better place. You don't know. You don't know unless you ask. And if you're not allowed to ask, then how will you know? Uh-huh. Relevant.
My apologies.
I don't forgive you. Hurry up.
By now you've all heard where we're going and why. So I won't bother you with the boring details, only the important ones.
Oh, we desperately need a real fire escape.
Stone here by sea. There's a good chance we'll be sighted and fall prey to the capital's artillery. So instead, we'll disembark on the southwest coast and make for Drake's Spine on foot.
Southwest.
I say we,
okay.
but it's highly likely the entirety of Ash is under the rule of Ultima. A large party.
Joshua was late. I don't trust him. He was up to something.
As well as slow our march and require supplies which may be difficult to obtain. Only Joshua and I will be going. And a scout. Preferably a good one. Gav, do you know of any?
You bet your ass I do. Might still borrow some of Lady Vivian's maps, though. Just in case, like.
Once you've dropped us off
Gav,
the
could you
Shadow
keep an
Coast,
eye out?
you need to
Ooh,
retreat into
I'm
neutral
sorry.
waters, fly merchant colors, and stay inconspicuous. If you sense any danger at all, you leave us behind and return to Storm.
Inconspicuous is my middle name. But like hell am I leaving anyone behind. The ship ain't going nowhere till your scurvy mugs are smiling on deck.
Jill, the Enterprise will appear a tempting target for royalists and pirates alike. You're to stop anyone boarding.
Don't worry. I'll keep the ship and her crew safe. You'll be needing
The
passage
look on
home,
Jill's face
after all.
makes me laugh. She's constantly judging people in her mind. I mean, she probably is.
Very well.
If there are no questions, I'll see you all at the docks.
I don't think it was recently. I think it was a while ago. Was that from the fight at the hideaway? The original one?
Before you go. Of course.
It throws me off. The lighting change constantly. Like, it's sunny and then it's dark. It kind of throws me off a lot. I miss rescuing Jill, or how did she? Mid showed up and rescued everybody.
Better off not knowing.
All right. Actually. Yeah, okay. Give me a minute, and I will be right back. Because it's called Hot Sales. I got $5. These headset. Problem is their gamer headsets. They couldn't look more extra. Oh boy. All right, so hold on.
Is something wrong?
Not at all. Honestly. Can't a man wish his friend farewell? Just wanted to let you know that I'll keep things in order while you're off saving the world.
I'll hold you to that.
I'm just happy you're going to hold me. So we are landing in the blighted area. So this kind of addresses a question that I had before about whether or not, like, is the blight toxic or is it just nothing will grow? So it's not a toxic area. It's not poisonous or anything. I think. Wait, there's grass. This stuff's growing. Wait a minute. We're good. Yeah, what do you mean nothing's gonna grow? There's grass right there.
Reckon it'll be a long walk to the capital if we follow the cliffs. I'll scout ahead. See if I can't find us an inland route.
Look for the yellow paint. Oh, you're not in the blighted lands right now. You're on the coast. I mean, it looked kind of blighted landy on the map.
There's something I've been meaning to ask. You took her icon, didn't you?
Yes.
I mean, is that what the young kids are calling it these days?
She understood.
Oh, I like the Torgal new. See that?
Oh, she understood. Understood that you decided to save the world all on your own, and that you'd die without her power. How dare you make her choose? You knew damn well she'd never refuse you.
He's
But
not
I
wrong.
will. You can't keep pushing us away, Clive. The world is ours to save, not yours.
He's not wrong.
I used my gift because I thought it was the right thing to do.
And you truly believe this will save you? Will save us all?
I do.
Then so be it.
Get up and punch him. Get your revenge.
Just don't forget. You're not
Hi,
alone.
buddy.
Think I found us a trail.
What are you
Did I
doing?
miss something?
Hi, buddy.
Only that Joshua didn't.
I don't get it.
Hi. Hi. Hi.
Always wanted to visit Ash.
Well, here you are, here you are, Gav. Hi. I'll tickle your feet. The fight didn't make sense to me. Clive gave zero indication. He did that for the reasons Joshua accuses him of. No, but what else? Why else would he have done it? He did it because he thought he needed the power in order to save the world. When realistically, he could have done that with Jill there. I get it. I get why he did that. I don't know that Clive particularly did that, but I can see why Joshua would have thought he did that. Yeah, my problem is that Clive didn't explain it to him. That's I could see why Joshua would have thought that. Yeah, my problem with it is that it wasn't like I didn't do it on purpose. She told me to and blah, blah, blah. You know, I mean, he technically did, but he said that she wouldn't refuse. And it's just like, he made it sound like it was his idea, but... You'll probably need this. Yeah, I could see Joshua seeing it. Again, this is an issue where you have all the answers, but Joshua doesn't have all the answers. So what annoys me is that Clive didn't fill in the blanks properly. But I can see him sort of saying that, right? It's not like Clive hasn't had the issue of trying to do it all himself up till now. I could see that. It's just, yeah, I mean, that just goes back to the problem that I always have with media in general. I never like the idea that the character just doesn't flat out say what's going on. And that always leads to some sort of weird confusion.
Remember what I said about warm welcomes, Gav?
So can Jill no longer use her powers? That's the only thing I'm not sure of, because some of the other characters that I did that to, they still had something, but it wasn't as powerful. Like, they didn't have the summon, but they still had the magic. Yeah, communication issues. It always drives me crazy.
Dead as Greek as ghost.
This never comes up again. I mean, that's not a surprise either. That's not a surprise. I mean, we're struggling to get them to talk about the Blight. You don't remove the... See, okay, Lilac, that's my confusion then. You don't remove the power, you clone it. They kept saying, take the power. That doesn't sound like cloning. That sounds like they were drawing... Like, you can understand the confusion there. Every piece of wording that they've used was, you took her power. Because if it's just cloning the power, first of all, it wouldn't stop them from using the magic to their full power anyway. Right? If you just cloned her Shiva power, it wouldn't change how she can use it, like the level at which she can use it. So he is taking something. There is something that's being taken that can't be replaced or used again. When he took Garuda and Titan, he wasn't just duplicating their powers. He did take something from them that they weren't going to have again. And shown multiple times, they still have their powers after, but not as strong. So there is something that was taken.
I knew I smelled something.
I see only orcs.
Let's hope the villagers get out in time.
So about this thing the game brings up, these kids said bad context, never touch it again. Whoa. Hold on. Not as strong. Titan became the size of a mountain. But after, that was before he got it taken from him, right? He didn't take Titan's power and then Titan became the size of a mountain, right? That was that. What was that? Wait. So I avoid confusion. I removed the power after I sliced his hands off. Yeah, so he had the power, he turned into the mountain, and then I took his powers. I cut his hands off, and then I took his powers, right? Wasn't that right? I'm so confused. So give me the order here. He turned into the big giant Titan, and then I stole his powers? Benedict lost her power immediately, was able to become Garuda, so it feels weird. So you just ignored the explanation I just gave you. Hold on. Well, I didn't see the explanation you just gave me. All right, we're getting a little toxic here, and I'm getting kind of pissed off. The Titan, he was still able to use his power after a period of rest. It still drains a lot out of them, which is why Benedicta couldn't summon Garuda right after. But if time is given, they can recoup and regain their powers. So then so then I do agree with Dragoon here. What the hell is the point of giving Clive a bunch of crap about it? Because she still has her powers. Oh, you took her powers from her. No, I didn't. She still has her powers, doesn't she? So then what the hell was the point of all of that? Now I do agree with Dragoon. What the hell was the point of all of that if he didn't take anything from her that she doesn't already still have? Right? Isn't that... that doesn't make any sense. That's like, how dare you take her picture? It's like, I didn't take anything from her. Yeah, you cut off his hands, it took his power, and then it's, because we know and they don't. I think everyone is sharing MP. Benedicta transformed into Garuda without a period of rest. She transformed almost immediately after she loses them. Yeah, so I don't really understand that. And now I kind of agree with that. I don't understand why that was why Joshua got on his case about it. And it's like, you took her powers. Like, no, I literally haven't stolen anyone's powers permanently. Everybody still can do the same exact things that they've always done. So what was the point of being mad about that? If Clive doesn't take the power, we're stopping the bad guys from using icons, from using it to still cause trouble. Yeah, I'm not sure. That does kind of raise a weird issue now. If the entire time, because they don't know that yet, we the player know because we've seen it multiple times. Yeah, I guess so, because no one else has seen it. No one else realizes that that's the case. But I don't know. That seems kind of weird. But again. Again, that just now it loops back to the same problem that I had before, that I mentioned before, which is, why didn't you just say something? You took her powers. How dare you? She can still use her powers. Everybody I've taken power, like this is Clive. This should be Clive talking. Everybody I've taken powers from can still use their powers. Jill still has the ability to use Shiva. Okay, that just there you go. That literally just solves the whole discussion. But instead, we have this dramatic moment where, oh no, I know now that I'm not alone. It's like, but that didn't matter. That whole argument didn't matter. As far as the group knows, Shiva is the only one to be alive after you've given the... No, but he knows. That's my point. Clive knows. Garuda didn't die after he took the powers, and she still had her ability. She died later. Titan died later. Clive knows. Because he's seen it. Because he has seen firsthand. He saw him take Garuda's power and then she turned into Garuda. He knows. So why wouldn't he be the one to say something about it? Again, if this was Joshua talking to anybody else, it would have made more sense. But it just doesn't, because Clive's the one that has the answers. He just doesn't say it. And that's what it pisses me off about media all the time. Shiva is one of the major gods. I do know that. I'm liking the game. It's just, little minor things here and there, little weird inconsistencies. Not to mention I am, the same problem I keep mentioning, so I'm not even going to mention it again. Just kidding, saying GTA 6 is planned fall 2025 release date, so don't expect it until summer 2026. I think what we know isn't necessarily what everyone knows, and in this case, Joshua is still more on, we don't know how this works, so don't act like you do. But he does know how it works, or he may not know how it works fully, but Clive has seen it firsthand. Clive has taken the power from people, and they're still alive, and they can still use their powers. So that's all he has to say, is how dare you take the powers from Jill? Everybody whose powers I've taken is still alive, and they can still use them. Why not just say that?
It's no peace delegation. We should send a warning to the others.
No. My uncle will have an eye on the coast. I trust he'll find a way to entertain any uninvited guests.
Okay, I see the GTA 6 thing.
Our mark is Drake's Spine, and there's a lot of road between us and it. We press on to Stone here.
Yeah, it's such a problem that I have with media. It drives me nuts.
It might not be a nest of slabbering monsters.
I said before, I say this all the time now that I've seen this show, that weird, mysterious girlfriend X show. I love that. I love that show for that one reason. There's some mechanic in the show that is as cringy as it is. It kind of avoids all of that. I get so.
It may yet hide Ultima's remaining secrets, and if we are to best him, they must be unearthed.
All right. Stay out of trouble.
I always do. Mostly.
Yeah, I get so pissed off at that. And that's more like Clive having a selective brain. Sometimes, like with his uncle, he knew exactly the fastest way to avoid a drawn-out issue, but then with his brother, he becomes brainless. And that's a problem for me. I find that to be a very obnoxious problem in media because it. You know what it means, Lilac? You know what it means when that happens? It means that in order for the story to progress the way it progresses, the heroes have to be kind of stupid. And I don't like that. I don't like that in storytelling. I don't like that in order for there to be a story, the hero kind of has to be an idiot for a minute. Whereas you would just avoid the problems if you just said something. Just say the thing that's going. Nothing bothers me more when I watch a movie or a TV show or something when issues get drawn out because someone doesn't open their mouth. You know, someone's about to say something and then they get interrupted and then it becomes like, what were you going to say? Oh, we'll say it later. No, say it now and let's avoid the problem. Let's start settling the issue right now. It gets on my nerves, and that fight was a good example of that, where it's like I think that Clive did this thing, and this was the result, and Clive knows that's not the result. You're wrong. Oh, we know Clive told everybody about those fights because they talk about the Garuda and Titan fights. When you get a chance, watch the vid I posted in Discord. Where? Stream topics? I mean, I can't watch a long video, so yeah. I see the video there. I can't watch. Like, how long is that video? Yeah, I can't watch that. It says how idiot plot works. The reason the story happens is because the character suddenly acted in a way that wouldn't make sense from them. I think Clive falls more into the communication issues which are present through all game, but it's still the story being pushed by convenient choices, and it drives me nuts. It drives me nuts. I can't, and it's not just this game. It's any piece of media that does that. Any piece of media that relies on the heroes keeping information to themselves or not speaking up and saying something. And I think the reason it drives me crazy is because not only, first of all, do I find that an obnoxious story element, I don't like it in real life either. That's something very big about me, is that I don't like that. If you call me and we're talking and you say, listen, I want to talk to you later, I've got something to talk about. No. Don't do that. Don't do that. I can tell you right now, I don't like that. If you want to have a conversation with me about a topic, have a conversation with me about a topic. Don't tease the topic. Don't tell me that, listen, I need to talk to you later about something. No, let's talk about it now. Tell me what it is that I need to expect, and then if you don't have the time to have a longer conversation about it, we can have that later. But don't leave me hanging about what I'm doing here and about the fact that we're going. Yeah, I do not like the announcement for the announcement. for an actual conversation. Don't do that. I said a couple times now, I need to speak with you about something after stream. And Lilac, in all honesty, if you do have a problem with, I don't know if you're joking or not. If you do have a problem with that, you can message me and I will message you back, because yes, I don't like that. Normally I do that because there's something going on the stream and I can't talk about it. If I get a weird message or something, or if I get a notification about something and I don't want to blurt that out on stream, then I will message you later. But yeah, if you don't like that, I apologize, first of all, if I legitimately bother you by doing that. If I ever do that again, send me a message and say what's going on, and then I can message you right then and there. Yeah, the only reason I do that is because we're streaming, and if it's something that I can't mention to everybody, I need to keep that quiet.
Then we make our way there, resupply, and wait for Joshua.
Yeah. Kind of general plot: Civil War, Batman, Superman, one or more issues, some Disney shows. The story would not exist if the characters just stopped for a moment and talked about the situation. I need them to do that. I need you to do that because I need to root for my heroes. In outside of the fact that it just annoys me and I find it uncomfortable, I need to root for my heroes. And I can't root for my heroes if I feel like my heroes are morons. I can't sit there and root for my characters to win when I think that my characters are making stupid decisions and they're doing it because they're stupid. It's another one of those things game doesn't explain very well, which leads to discourse. No, it's not that it was getting heated. It gets on my nerves. It frustrates me. It frustrates me when that happens. Yeah, I never like that. I don't ever like that in media.
This place reeks like a mortgage arsehole. Though I'm guessing it's not.
Whoops, that was wrong one. As you said, it's not a huge deal, nor is it game breaking bad, but it's noticeable when it does happen, and it does pull you out of it when it does. Yeah, it's just like, I don't understand why. And the bigger issue is that, which is kind of what was happening here, it does kind of create some confusion. You know, I feel like it's fair for that to genuinely be confusing. Is he stealing the power, or is he duplicating the power? Because if he's stealing the power, then a whole bunch of stuff that happened before doesn't make any sense. And if he's duplicating the power, then that fight didn't make any sense. Something here doesn't fit. And it's a problem that the game created itself. Was she unconscious? Didn't remember. It doesn't matter. Clive remembers. That's my point, is that Clive is the one that was having the situation. Clive knows. He has encountered it multiple times. There's no reason he doesn't know that that is the case. Wait, what are we doing? Oh, there we go. What? Ow! Oh my god, I thought he had already attacked. Wait, why did that just cancel out? Oh, because I hit the shell, I guess? Okay, wait. Ah. What? Come on. So the original holder still has most of their power, but is now weakened. but they're not weakened. That's the thing, is that we've seen them like full blown transform. We had big moments where that happened. If anything, they were stronger. some of the stuff transforming into Titan was like stronger. The other thing is, again, it's keeping your power a mystery for later. It gets into spoiler areas. Are we still in the fight? Problem communication plot lines that you run the risk of padding the story is why people don't like the breakup scene in movies, because now the story will spend extra time just going back to the actual plot. It's also one of the reasons I can't stand when you have like the love interest. It's a big thing that I can't stand, where you have the love interest and you have the characters get together, and then in the next movie they're just not together anymore. So, well, why did you waste all that time? Check the local map a second. All right, hold on. I'm sorry. I know I'm missing a lot of stuff here.
This one.
Greg hit it. I didn't see Ted 2. You know what movie? No, AGM. The movie that was the worst with it is the second National Treasure movie. You have this whole thing where they get together in the first movie, and then you have the second movie where they're suddenly divorced because it didn't work out, but I'm supposed to root for them to get together again by the end of the movie. It's like it didn't work the first time. Why? Why would I care? Why would I care about the love interest of the second movie when it's the same damn thing? It didn't work. Why would I believe that it's going to work this time? It's so annoying. Oh, local map. Oh, right there. Look at that. Hold on. Let me go back up. If I had to take a guess, Clive takes away their ability to use their abilities along with their ability to prime. They can still transform because they're still dominant at the end of the day, chosen by those icons. Maybe? That's where I just get into the confusion about what exactly are my powers? Like I'm so confused sometimes. The principal lesson of tragedy of Othello, the tragedy of Othello teaches poor communication skills. So the main character is stupid for a moment, and it's not a new concept. It may not be a new concept, but it's not exactly a fun concept either. It's not a concept I have to like, just because it's an old concept. I don't think Clive and the others knowing and talking about the power stuff and Joshua getting mad at Clive is tied into spoilers. No, but well, Lilac is saying that I guess Lilac is saying that there's another ability or something later on. Anime does that a lot. The love interest takes 800 episodes just to move forward. I can't stand it. That's why, I mean, anime, the thing that anime does that I've always liked anime for is that it's relatively short. I don't have to wait for a character to get together 4 seasons from now. I can watch a Toradora, and in 20 episodes, they're going to be together. This way? Wait, where am I going? This way. There we go. You know, I can watch a Toradora. I can watch, what was the show that did it well? Love, Chinibio, and Other Delusions. I like that. They got together in like the first season, and then they were together for the next season. That's great. Give me that. Oda said One Piece will have no romance until the main quest is done. So no romance. So it feels like a roundabout way of saying no romance. So this is the only weapon to be in a chest and the only hidden chest. This one? Oh, I didn't even know what I didn't even notice what I got there. What did I get there? LinkLonk52, thank you so much in the hunt with a Twitch Prime sub. Very much appreciate that. LinkLonk, thank you so much. What did I get here? Was that that wasn't the ice brand. Was that the Mazamune? Is that what I got? Wait, did I? Oh, right there. Look at that. Oh, but it's weak. And what's this thing?
This one's awake.
Chronoliths. Chronoliths are similar to the Arret Stone in that within them is hidden a virtual battlefield accessible by Clive and Clive alone. Each chronolith presents Clive with a time trial in which he must combat continuous waves of deadly enemies, equipped only with the feat and abilities of a single icon. Consumable item use is also strictly prohibited. Interesting.
Let's see what's inside.
Just like time trials. What do you get for them? Within this, in which Clive must race to overcome a host of deadly foes, wielding the blessing of but a single icon shield. Oh, so they tell you which icon too. Okay, I'm not gonna do that now, but yeah, that's just my little media rant there. It gets on my nerves. Equip the Masamune and see how silly. Well, wait, I can't. I have to. No, I have the thingy. I can't see how it looks. How do I? Because I can't turn off the. Yeah, I have the glamour thingy. Well, wait, where's my sword? Ragnarok? Yeah, I can't use it until base. So I'm going that way. Can I just get on my chocobo? Let's just get out of here.
Good girl.
Yeah, it looked, Latimer, it looked like the same sword I've been using this whole time. I don't know, nothing special about it. I like how this late into the game I'm finding 15 gil. What are you wasting my time for? That's so useless. I thought it might have been a potion. Yeah, I found a penny. Oh boy. Nothing more useful toward the end game like 6 coppers. Can you chill? Chill. There we go. What the hell? Wait. Whoa, okay. Now you're, oh my god, you're asking for it. Oh, but that was on the wrong one. Oh, why is this thing so powerful? Wait, where do these other enemies come from? Yeah, this blizzard thing charges so fast. Ow. That was just a regular enemy? That wasn't even like a hunt? How many K-dramas? Never. I've never seen any K-dramas. Are they? I always hear good things about, because you're talking about like Korean media, right? I always hear good things about Korean media, but I never watched any of it. I don't know. I don't even know how I would. Like, I don't know what channel I would need in order to watch that stuff. I started skipping battles. Flan are very resistant to physical attacks since you stagger them. Dodging and countering works well. Yeah, Flan. I mean, they're always physically resistant. The Flan and Mucks and all of that, or whatever they were called.
Bahamut's breath. Don't look down, Torgal.
I look down. I kind of wish there was like a little Easter egg there where you turn the camera and it's like, I look down. I love how Clive using magic powers. It's just like, I'm gonna stab him. See how back at that, grab ears. Many series would have been resolved quicker if people didn't have a communication issue. If they just said it. If they just said what was going on. And it would have been more interesting. I always feel like that's more interesting. I'd rather the characters all be on the same page so that they can solve the problems together, rather than the problem be the that's a good way to put that. When the characters communicate the issues, the problem becomes the problem. When they don't, the problem becomes the characters. You know, now it's not the fact that there's this huge thing looming. It's the fact that nobody's talking about it. Yeah, 90% of rom-coms would end at episode 1 if they just talked. I feel the reason the story feels like it does with padding and test plot elements is because it's an RPG and we needed to have the story carry for this many hours, which I don't think it was necessary. I don't think it's necessary. I think that What do you think, Clive? Can I be honest? I think a well-written story shouldn't need padding.
Then we're too late.
I think a story that progresses well and is written well, I don't think you should need padding. I don't think that you should need to pad it out. And it's a video game. If you want to pad it out, you do it with side quests. You do it with extra content.
Damn it.
You don't do it with the actual story. You shouldn't.
I wouldn't say nothing.
No quarter gap.
RPG is like 15 movies at once. And that's fine. I think that that's okay. I think that's what people want.
You think all the villages in Ash are like this? A question for later, Gav.
Oh wait, there's another. Come on. Okay. What are we doing here? Gav, I'm trying to fight here, and you're. killing me, man. Twitch, stop messing. What's going on? Testing? Ronan, you're here. I got you there. Have you been typing? I can be seen again. Am I missing something, or is this just a wave after wave of bad guys? Oh, we good? This is the Mazaman. Oh, that's what you mean. Okay, I see what you were saying. How it's like there's no reason it shouldn't be falling out. Yeah, I agree, Gold. I think that RPGs are typically large story-focused experiences, and I don't think that they should have padding like that. I think that if you think your game needs padding, something's wrong. Oh my god, what the hell happened there? Hold on, is there another thing here? Wait a minute. Gav, I'll help you out. Hold on. Okay, that was uncalled for. Ah, I shouldn't have done that. Oh, what? I thought it canceled out his move. Okay. I'm stuck. I literally can't move. I literally couldn't. I can't move out of the corner here. I'm moving left and right and nothing's happening. Whoa. Hold on, I know I'm missing stuff, but... Twitch is acting up today. This is 20 hours. Be fun to play. Gets the yeah. We'll come back. D-Walker and Ronan have been getting comments eaten. I keep reconnecting. I had that happen a couple times where I reconnected chat, like disconnected and reconnected. without doing anything. I wish sound alerts was a wee bit loud. Yeah, I'm sorry about that. The game sort of, this game is kind of weird. It's like the volume is low, so I have the game turned up a little bit more than usual. But then when loud stuff happens in the game, it's louder than it needs to be. Not a fan of Clive and Joshua conflict, especially because it goes nowhere and it points out some strange inconsistency. It's just pointless. Like there's no point.
Fuck.
Uh-oh. Wait, that's a problem. Then you guys, the ad block, it's been really shown lately when you have... Oh, I see what you're saying.
Have you come to watch, Odin?
I like to watch.
Bound for Stonehead. Good. My master awaits you in the capital, though I cannot allow you to attend him in your present state.
And how are you going to stop us?
With my sword. I thought that was obvious.
With this!
What in the world? Yeah, he seems like comically more powerful than everybody else. Like, this seems a bit excessive. Was there someone in this game? Yeah, Jill. Jill. And, well, Jill can become Shiva. Yeah, a guy with the name Odin would have immense power. I mean, but so would somebody named Bahamut, and we've already passed that point. I would have thought Odin first and then Bahamut.
I shall see that my master's prize is made presentable.
Shit!
You blinked.
Clive, would you mind telling me what the fuck just happened?
Yeah, Gav's never really seen any of that. The birds are all split in half. Alright, I saw this show. It's called The Dome.
Got to be.
How are we supposed to get through that?
No, what was it called? Under the Dome? Was that what it was called?
Audience with the king. If His Majesty wants me to come and
Kind of missed
ask him,
opportunity that Clive, as a free, doesn't get to do stuff like that. As he
that is
takes
exactly
other icons'
what I'll
powers,
do.
other than a few cutscene seals. It kind of makes sense though. As the playable character, this is a bit excessive for the playable character to be able to do this stuff.
We don't even know where the fuck.
Oh yeah, the Simpsons movie did the same thing.
We cool our heads and think this through, eh?
All right.
Hey, CT.
Maybe there's something here we can use.
Search the abandoned village. Let's search for a little bit, and then we'll wrap it up. I like the Simpsons movie. It was okay. I thought it was. I don't know. I didn't hate it or anything. I was just like, you know. There are significantly funnier episodes than that movie. Is often said to be stronger than Bahamut. It makes sense.
I thought we got them all.
So did
I. Simpsons movie was the last Simpsons thing I really liked. They made Final Fantasy 16 voice actors are British more so in all the previous games. It's basically Xenoblade Chronicles. Alright. So where... I know. Wouldn't it be cool if we could use that stone thing, that stone fist first thing he used against Titan? Never used again. Oh, that's what you mean. Like his crazy icon abilities. Like, yeah, we don't get to see those. Like, he didn't even try it. Like, he didn't even try to do the giant Ifrit power. I know that door is what I got to do. So. You might ask how Odin just doesn't win the war. The answer lies in stuff we've seen, because it was never about the war. Odin was using the war to manipulate things in the background. But we don't know why, right? Do we not know why Odin was doing that? If it really only gets shield counter and the laser. Although the name of the quest is a reference to Final Fantasy XIV Endwalker. I know, you don't have to keep dinging back and forth. I'm just looking for stuff. There's probably nothing here. All of season 7 of Simpsons is funnier or more emotional than the Simpsons movie. I mean, Simpsons, you know, I watched Simpsons up until like season 12, and I thought it was great. It's just, you know, it did fall off. I haven't watched a new episode of The Simpsons, and I couldn't tell you how long. Like, I don't know what the most recent episode of The Simpsons I've ever seen is. Alright, so it doesn't look like there's anything here. Oh, the new Simpsons say, oh, I have no idea. I think Clive's still in shock a bit from getting his prime ass kicked twice now without Odin needing to even try going into icon form. So having a full-powered Odin in front of you, Clive might be using his brain for once and not trying to blow their only chance. I don't know, but then, you know, it feels like there are other moments where he would have tried. I don't know. I at this point, it just feels like I'm nitpicking on that, Lilac, but it is, you know, it is always kind of like, yeah, you didn't do any of the other cool stuff. You know what I mean? Like, where's all the cool, like, even if you don't do them now, it's like, where's all the cool abilities? It's that to me is just a gameplay problem. I feel like that's always a gameplay issue where you have all these cutscene powers that they don't transfer into moves that I can do. And that's always kind of a bummer. Even if they turn into specials, even if they turn into something that I can do only once every 5 minutes, or like limit breaks or something, you know, if you give me some crazy cutscene power, after the whole sequence is done, I wouldn't mind if it was, so like he has the limit break thing where he becomes super powerful version of himself. If you just made those like, if I do something really cool and I have a cutscene power, make that a limit break, and then I can equip that as a thing. Right? I can equip all of his other abilities and stuff. So give me something that I can equip that onto him and say, all right, now I have this thing that I can put on as a limit break. That's just a gameplay issue. I always feel like it always feels like there's, it feels like you're introducing something that should feel like a mechanic, and it's not. It's just a cool cutscene. Like, I'll give you perfect example. I'm always annoyed, you know, the games give you a super powerful thing at the end of the game, right? The final FU sort of thing, right? They and then in the next game you just don't have it. You're just like, okay. Like, where's that? Like honestly, if Metroid Dread 2 comes, sorry, I'm going to spoil Metroid Dread 2 here, or something at the end of Metroid Dread. If we get a Metroid Dread 2 and they don't include the transformation thing as a power, as something that like I can, like an overdrive sort of thing. Right? Oh, well, when you save up enough power, you can unleash the Metroid suit or something. If you don't include that, it's going to be like, so what the hell, man? Where the hell was that? And you know Metroid, they're going to do something where you lose it, you have to get it back, but okay, fine, but if they just don't bother doing that, it's like, man, that kind of sucked. Wasn't that kind of removed from her in the end? No. Because that transformation was like a part of it. That was like an overdrive transformation, right? Because she had too much power. Yeah, that's what I thought that was anyway. How do I feel about Mountain Dew? It's not good. I don't like Mountain Dew. I think it's a beverage. It sucks. I haven't really tried the other flavors. I don't know the last time I had like a Code Red or something. But like regular Mountain Dew, I think it sucks. I mean, you're gonna buy it because you need it for that bird in 14. But would I drink 500? I would not drink 500 Mountain Dew. I would not. No. I mean, 500 soda just sounds bad. See, Rag, Mountain Dew is like Canada Dry? No, I would much rather drink Canada Dry. I like Canada Dry. Ginger ale? I like ginger ale. You give me a ginger ale over a Mountain Dew any day. It's not just a bird, there's also an emote. Why did they leave Baja Blast out of the promotion? Is that out of the promotion? I thought the promotion was any Mountain Dew flavor. Just 10 bottles of soda will probably be dangerous for you, which kind of sucks because now I want a soda. Yeah, no. Maybe my thing. I prefer Verners? That might be something different, yeah. On a side note, isn't it funny how we need to clarify we're nitpicking us to be accused of unfair to the game? Yeah, to an extent. No, I think sometimes it's I don't say nitpicking to cover my ass. I think it's a good distinction to have. I do think that there are people who say things and it's like it's a minor thing. It is a minor thing, but I'm saying it's a minor thing. I can't get these unless someone in the States. Oh, still, Lilac, would that even work? Would that even work to use codes from the U.S.? Like, I know that sounds kind of weird, but if is the promotion since your game is in a region where they don't sell that product, would you even have access to it? If I gave you a code from a drink, would that work? The Butterfingers promos did. Sometimes it doesn't, like the DoorDash one. Yeah, so I'm kind of curious now. How does it work? I meant to ask you this earlier. How does that work for that promotion? I forgot about 7-Up is the best. I don't know. Yeah, the whole thing like Sprite versus 7-Up. 7-Up trashes Sprite. I'm not trashing it, but I think 7-Up is way better. I just haven't had a 7-Up in for who knows how long. Yeah, how does this Mountain Dew thing work? Like, it's not just one. I don't just have to buy one Mountain Dew, right? You said 500? That seems a bit excessive. Every time I talk about this game, for instance, I have to clarify nitpicking is minor. It's not a big deal. Otherwise, it's just the whole it's not a big deal debates. That's true for any game, though, Dragon. That's really true for it. And that just goes into the, how much can you say before it starts to become a problem? How much of a problem do you think it even is? That's a whole, we do this every time. Oh, it's a point system based on flavors. So wait, if you drink like the regular one, since the regular Mountain Dew is the most ass, you get more points for it? I'm so confused. Like, that seems a bit much. You get a code in the cap. You have to put it in the Mountain Dew site. Build points, then redeem. Like I said, there's several shirts, pants, drink cups, plushies, figures, emotes, mount, and a starter copy of the game. Why would you need a starter copy of the game? The game is free. It's critically acclaimed, then it's free. I see follower forum. I had a bunch of stuff to watch. I see your comment there that the chats weren't working. Sorry about that. Mountain Dew product. So you get, okay, so here's the thing. You get 100 points for each of these flavors, and some of the flavors you get 200 points. Open in browser. Hang on. 100 points for Mountain Dew Original, Diet, Zero Sugar, Code Red, Voltage, Major Melon, Spark, Livewire, and then you get 200 points for Purple Thunder, Overdrive, Maui Burst, and Frostbite. Yeah, no Baja Blast? What the hell is that? Why isn't Baja Blast in there? And how many points do you need, by the way? Did you say that? Hang on. In the tweet I just posted, it's 4 images showing the redeems. Let me see. Where's the tweet? I don't see it here. Where's that tweet? Am I not seeing this? Like you said, you just posted a tweet. I'm not seeing that on the. I'm not seeing that here. Oh, in Discord. In Discord. Okay, so let me close that. Close that. Inside chat. There it is. Okay, hold on. This is here. 20,000 points? How long is this promotion going? Is this just from now on? 5 pots of metallic green dye. Ew. Keycap set. Wait, these are real products, huh? Well, that desk mat looks sick. Wait, I want to see that. Show me the desk mat. No. Oh, the wait. Mountain Zoo. The mount's only 600 points? So the mount is just 3 sodas. Right? Isn't that the mount? Mountain Zoo? Get it? Because you're mounting it. Oh, so that's only like 3 sodas. That's not too bad. Yeah, because the rest of this stuff is like physical stuff. And what's this online Final Fantasy 14 online starter edition? What do you get with that? Why would I need 2,000 points to redeem that? Oh, do you need Dawn Trail as well? Later, Rag, have a good one. Yeah, we're going to wrap up here in a second. The Mountain Dew Mother Crystal. I mean, yeah, I like that. Here, feel, do. Okay, that's kind of funny. Come on. You get a free trial without restrictions. Ah, that's kind of interesting. Oh, there go all the little mini figurines. So wait, these minion figurines, they're the in-game thing, right? The little wind-up toys in the game. That's funny. I like the magnet. I like the Final Fantasy 14 Mountain Dew magnet. That's pretty sick. Oh no, wait, these figures are real things. These are actual like figures that you order. Oh my god, wait, there's a little alpha no. Oh, even I want that. All right. Here's the question. What's today? Today's May 16th. Today's May 16th. What do we think? How long do we think it'll take before a story comes out that someone went into a store and stole all of the caps off of a Mountain Dew, off of all the Mountain Dews in the shelf, and they got caught doing it? How long do you think? Actually, no, not even that they got caught doing it. How long do you think before we hear the first store reporting that somebody stole all of the caps off of their Mountain Dews and they left all of their Mountain Dews open in the fridge? How long do you think? 10 minutes. So this is machinist level, skill level 100. Does his pose look familiar? I mean, it does look familiar, but I feel like it's a generic pose at the same time. Yeah, and they only steal the caps off the Baja Blast. Oh, that's what that... Okay, I feel like I've seen that pose before, though, for just, like, shooting in general. Never mind. K.A. Sorcerer just linked the story. Apparently, it already happened. Man accused of stealing Mountain Dew caps for Xbox contest. Oh, so this is for the Xbox contest. So this was something different. So, okay, so now, no, okay. So we're waiting for it for the Final Fantasy one specifically. No, this is for an Xbox contest. This is from when then? This is from 2014. This is almost exactly 10 years ago. February of 2014. So that's almost exactly 10 years ago. So we are waiting for the modern story for this. Okay. All right. Yeah, that was for an Xbox contest. All right. So yeah, so we'll see how long it takes for this to happen for Final Fantasy 14. I mean, here's the question though. Do you think this happens considering that in order for Final Fantasy 14 fans to do that, they would have to leave the house? And I do question whether or not that happens. So I don't know. Maybe it doesn't happen. You know? At least not on a sunny day. But I don't drink enough. Well, that's the thing, Dragoon. It's only 3 sodas. You go and you buy 3 sodas, and that's it. You buy 3 of the 200-point flavors, and you get the mount. The mount's only 600 points. And some of the flavors you get 200 points per soda. So literally you just go to the store and buy 3 $2 sodas and you get the mount. And then you just pour the soda down the drain because it's Mountain Dew. Although why would you do that to your drain, you know? Yeah, I could pawn the sodas off. You go to Craigslist. Just go to Craigslist and tell everybody you're selling large containers of soda with no caps. Holy smokes. Oh, God. You're going to be selling gallon jugs of Mountain Dew outside of the bottles. Alrighty. But, give me 1 second here. And I got nobody. Zeppela's on World of Warcraft again. I got nobody. Yeah, I got nobody. We do a lot of games. Super fair. It's just fascinating how this game in particular. I don't know. That's probably just because we're playing it right now. Dragon. It'll be just as intense for Paper Mario, right? When something comes up with Paper Mario that I'm not really enjoying. Look at this title screen. If you want to see if I want to see if you see what I see. It kind of. Why does that look like Yoda? Am I the only one seeing Yoda with like a halo around his head? That was immediate. What was that? Close? What else am I missing? I mean, I see Yoda. I don't know what else I see. And the clouds, the clouds have a sort of thing. I see the thing in the background, but I just see, I can't, unfortunately, I saw Yoda, and that's all I can see now. You see a Star Destroyer? Oh, I see what you mean. You know what, Lilac? A Star Destroyer kind of coming at you from an angle, but instead of the main part on the top, it's Yoda's head. Okay, I kind of see that. I'll give you one more before we go. I'll give you one more, Lilac, before we go. The cloud on the left. Do you see the cloud on the left above the DA? That whole big cloud there? Look up the cloud from Super Mario Brothers 1. I feel like that's the same shape. If I'm based on what I remember, I feel like that's the same shape cloud. Oh, look, yeah, there goes the Star Destroyer again in Endwalker. Do you see it? You see it? You see the cloud? Go ahead. Go put them side by side. I'm gonna see if I can see that. Brent Zone. Oh wait, I have Brent Zone. Don't I? Where are you? Oh, there it goes. Oh, yeah, I do have Brent on there. Okay. Yeah, I'll send you there. Yeah, that kind of does look like that cloud. That's kind of funny. Fun fact. In Final Fantasy XIV, that cloud is also the bushes. All right. But that is going to do it for today. So thank you everybody for stopping and for hanging out. Very, very, very much appreciated. Let me get this set up here because I have to click it twice. And hurry up. There y'all go. Search and Brent Z. Yeah, okay. But that's gonna do it for today. So thank you everybody for stopping and for hanging out. Tomorrow, I'm not sure what we're gonna be doing. There is a chance that I go on a little bit earlier. If I do go on earlier tomorrow, so the 2 o'clock time instead of the 4 o'clock time, we will most likely come back to Final Fantasy 16. I do want to get moving on this because we only have there's only about 3 streams left of being able to play the game. So I do need to get moving on this game so I can finish it up. So that'll most likely, if we do go live at the full time, that'll be tomorrow. If we don't, then I'm going to need to try and figure out some time to finish the game because I don't know what's going to happen on Monday and Tuesday. But I'll let you know. Keep an eye on Twitter, and I'll let you know about that ahead of time. For right now, though, I'm going to send you over to Brent Zone. Brent Zone is playing Sonic Adventure Director's Cut. It says crowd control, so I'm assuming you guys will have some sort of control over the game. So stick around after the credits, and I will send you over there to hang out and represent us very well. Thank you once again, everybody, for stopping and for hanging out. Don't forget to drink your mask, wear your water, social distance whenever possible. Take care of yourselves, take care of each other. Take care of each other. And I will see you all tomorrow.